Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, everyone.
We did not text each other, but we felt the female spirit, and we're both wearing army green.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this was not planned.
It's the feminine mystique.
Yeah, I just threw on a shirt that was a little less crass than the one I was wearing earlier.
Have you met our channel?
I have, but I don't think the F word should be right across the front of my shirt.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, it is Monday. But how
True.
is everybody? I usually do. My favorite one is good moms say bad words.
Yes. Yes, we do.
We really do. But I think we're on almost day 30. I think it's 28 or 29 according to the title. So probably 28 because Baker missed a day.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's 27 because we missed another day.
Well, yeah, I know there was... I went back and had to renumber it to what he was numbering it because I didn't want people to get confused between the two channels where we were. And I think... I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know either.
I feel like such a moron. I like packed the trolley in my hotel room like 3 times and then realized I should probably take a nap before driving home. I left my good pillows at the hotel room.
What?
I know. And here I was going to be all proud of myself that I adulted, and I was like, well, what can I do?
Squaw Bob, that's a good one, actually. I approve. As my cat settles in.
I got bits and pieces of Dr. or Canon Daddy. And I saw that he did actual videos and didn't use blue paint. So is that really even science?
I don't know, but the dummy's name was Randy, and he dressed him up like John O'Keefe. And I think it was for a better purpose anyway. Because
yes,
they did prove that the well, he got road rash pretty dang bad after going through the back windshield. What is that called? The back shield? Huh.
That's what I would call it, but I don't know.
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the word. But anyway,
The rear, well,
the
that's the
rear
rear
windshield?
windshield. Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, so Brennan's big complaint was that it wasn't an exact match for John O'Keefe's arm in terms of weight. But did anybody weigh John O'Keefe's arm?
Well, yeah, and to that point, wasn't there also a disparity between, I mean, actual physical build between Dr. Welsher and John O'Keefe?
Right.
And there were age differences. What did he measure his arm from, the shoulder down? Not to mention, wouldn't there still be, your arm is still attached. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And really, if you think about it, they used something lighter than John O'Keefe. The defense did, the crash studies did anyway. So you would think there'd be more damage to the shirt itself. They already proved, like, yeah, it would smash the tail light. It would just smash it slightly more. Still, it wouldn't get those interior, what are those called? The diffusers. And yeah, he went flying like on the road behind him when he got pummeled.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to go back and actually really watch it to get
It's
some of the
worth
notes
it.
down. That's what I've heard. And I like that they actually cooled the tail lights, got the analog there, because that was a step that I didn't even think about. But it would make sense if the plastic kind of changes its hardness or its kind of breakability in cold.
Yeah. And what was the other thing? Basically, his arm would have been like at least broken, at the minimum, very bare minimum, bruised. But
Yeah.
there was no way that those taillight shards went into the hoodie and left minuscule little holes.
Yeah, that's where, because I did see that there was some damage on the final test to the hoodie, kind of scrubbing through highlights. But I think what really wasn't addressed, and hopefully Dr. Rentschler
Yeah.
will bring up just how incredibly damaging this was, because we did even have Dr. Welcher talk about, even with the distribution of weight, there could have been enough force for the hand to be broken, which I think was 300 newtons or G's.
Yeah, geez.
Now, did they take the dummy and drop it on the ground to see if his head could get hurt?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, Marissa, I have to show you this. So I may or may not have gone to my first Buc-ee's.
What?
I know. And
Did you
it
get,
was like the
what
Lord
are they,
spoke
beaver
to me.
nuggets?
No, but I got my full Sarah Boone outfit, because if she went in there, Sarah Boone shorts,
Oh my gosh.
this, and a tank top. Sarah Boone is back in Buc-ee's business after
Oh
Karen
my
Reed.
gosh. She probably did get all that at a Buc-ee's or a
Buc-ee's
Walmart.
is too classy. She got that at Casey's.
Yeah. I'm realizing the worst hair day as I'm looking at myself. I just won't look at myself. Yes, so Baker was never really going to be here today. He's flying today, but he is slightly delayed. He was delayed getting out of Tennessee, and then he probably wasn't going to make his connection in Europe. So he's going to be hella pissy when he gets back. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I was like, oh darn, maybe we should have just kept him here.
Yeah. That one's you, I think. No,
Oh,
it might be Valhalla.
yes, that's me.
Inspired?
And then I think Lesko sent one. I'll do
With
it.
enthusiasm. You do it. Okay.
In Pride Month, we do legs because if you've got a broccoli head tucking your sweats into your socks while wearing Crocs before you feast on male members, your legs better be effing swole. Yeah, if you have to do a standing squat, you better work on those quads. Make someone say quad dang.
I like the broccoli head reference though, because I see a lot of those in the teenagers.
Oh my God, boys are getting perms. Who the hell
Yes.
started this and why? I go into high
I
school, it
mean,
smells like a bunch of sulfur, and I'm like, oh, they're not demons, they're just getting perms.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, my kid's only 5 and he's already had like a mohawk and a mullet, but it was cute because he was little.
We do like
But I don't know.
generally for summers, we'll let the boys like do a mohawk or
Yeah.
something like that. But this year the boys haven't been all that into it. My oldest son is trying to get the swoosh and flip. I was like, maybe it'd help if you stood under the shower and washed your hair with soap.
Yeah.
We had to have that
Well,
talk like, you're getting to an age where you need deodorant, son. I can smell you.
oh goodness. Thank God I'm not there yet.
Well, so I'm trying to send him on the right path of like Old Spice and not Axe because he's like, oh, there's this spray deodorant. I was like, no.
Yeah, teen boys are gross. I think
Yeah.
I think
I think it's teens in general, though, because my daughters
yeah.
have just as much science experiments growing out of dishes they've left in their room than my boys.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, look who's here.
Yay! Baker, are you in Abu Dhabi or wherever?
He's indisposed somewhere, I'm sure.
I love it. We get to tell a story like he always does with Jamie. He's out with the Navy SEALs helping actual SEAls.
Right. He's saving zebras from Tennessee. Is Baker with Nermal? Probably not. You know what they do with cats in Denmark, right?
True. That's why we were
Baker
hesitant
has
about
cooties?
giving him. That's why they were hesitant about getting him a visa. They're like, we have a lot of cat ladies here. Need you to be on your best behavior.
And then, so I didn't get to see all of Friday Night Live.
I'm sorry, the Reese cup.
Oh, I know. I think it's hilarious. Um, I didn't get to see all of Friday Night Live, but it looked like it was lots of fun.
It was fun. I kept thinking though, because we were so loud and people were, I'm sure people were walking by to do stuff in downtown. And I was like, I wonder what they think we're doing in here. Because it kind of looks like a little hole in the wall and you wouldn't know what it was unless you like actually had a reason to go there. So all I can imagine is people walking by are like, wee-ha! And,
Was it like a basement? It looked like a basement.
it was like this really cool old, it had a speakeasy sort of vibe. Like maybe it used to be an office and then they had kind of converted it, but it had a really cool kitchen and everything. But I was worried that people were like, they're going to call the cops on.
Sure you will, Valhalla. Uh-oh. I do know what that means.
Yes, we do.
Oh, I'm getting noise in court.
Ooh.
Oh,
Holy cow, how much sun did she get this summer? Or this?
did she have to slam it? Too much time on the Cape.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. So I just saw a transcript that was placed here on maybe referenced this morning, and there's a motion to limit Dr. Rentschler that I just got that I'm not prepared for. So that we'll do later today, okay? All right. So the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. I've read everything. Ms. Little, I appreciate you getting your opposition to me. I think I had it by Saturday morning, so I appreciate it. I read all the cases on it. Does the defense want to be heard any further on this?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, as the court...
Speak into a microphone. Speak into a microphone.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, the Commonwealth has been on notice that the defendant intends to present a defense regarding the arm injuries, that this was caused by a dog bite. They have been on notice of that, not just for months, but for years. That was presented at the first trial. The Commonwealth does not have a right to rebut information that they have been on notice of from the start of the case. So their decision to wait for rebuttal to call these two witnesses is improper, and we're asking the court to exclude their testimony. All right. As it relates to Dr.
Denied.
Welcher, the scope of his testimony, our request is that that be limited to very specific information, specifically responding to the new testing that ARCA has done. As the court knows, the Commonwealth has proposed a number of new testing ideas, as well as information that is greatly outside the scope of what ARCA intends to testify to. And so we're asking that the court limit their testimony from engaging in new testing that has nothing to do with what ARCA has testified about at this trial. With regard to Dr. Welcher's testimony, the court has made very, very strong rulings that Dr. Wolf, as well as Dr. Rentschler, are not allowed to speak to the credibility of Dr. Welcher himself. And so some of the information that the Commonwealth proposes is to directly attack the testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. And under the court's rulings, we're asking that the court limit that scope as well.
And I told you I would.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, do you want to be heard?
Regarding DNA evidence, evidence cannot be rebutted until it is introduced, because the defense has a number of potential ideas of areas of testimony. It does not compel the Commonwealth to try to anticipate or deflect attacks, especially if they're meritless. And so the issue of dogs and dog DNA does not become relevant until the defense calls a so-called dog expert. They raise the issue, it's proper grounds for rebuttal. There are three witnesses, Ms. Hartnett, UC Davis, and Dr. Crosby. If Dr. La Posada is precluded from testifying about dog bites, we would not call Dr. Crosby as a witness. However, regardless of what Dr. La Posada says, we would ask to call Ms. Hartnett and to call the witness from UC Davis. It is an issue that directly affects the assessment of Dr. Russell, the very expert they chose to call in their case in chief, and so we can now, from my perspective, properly rebut it. The second issue regarding Dr. Welcher, limited to the new information you will see from the testimony or have heard. Most of the testimony is new, but we understand it's limited. We don't expect Dr. Welcher to have a direct comment on the credibility of any witnesses, but he will address the tests, how he believes.
Dr. Welcher is a comment
and there'll be a
on
number of
competence.
issues that have been raised on direct examination, but he will not in any way have a comment on the credibility of the defense experts.
All right. So the case law supports me allowing this motion. I'm allowing the Commonwealth's motion. So the motion for rebuttal witnesses is allowed. Mr. Brennan has said he will not call Dr. Crosby, depending on the testimony that comes in. So, all right, Jim, I'm just going to give you this.
If you want to pause, we've got two from Lesko.
Yeah.
All right. All right, for Baker, on Monday we do boobs because if you want your pork pole leading
Oh.
to something oozy, dear God. That sounds like penicillin. Penicillin for your pecs. Also, if it burns for more than 4 days, go to the doctor. And then the other one's from me. Oh, good God. On Monday, we do chest because if you want the thick mommies begging for cream pies till it drips down their damn thighs, your pokes better be swole F. Yeah, pretty much. Can confirm if you don't have moobs, it's the Sahara.
Well, thank you for those. And
You're
are we really
welcome.
surprised that Bev side with the Commonwealth? I'm not.
But again, the DNA is moot. Let's be real here. Let's be very, very honest. The amount of DNA that would have come from that dog attack would have been fairly little. Then
And
you
mostly
have it
watered
mixed
down.
with, then you have it mixed with, John and within any of the wounds that bled out there. Then you've got it, saturated in water on the floor in the hospital, and then 10 to 12 hours in Yuri's pick-em-up truck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that and
Morning.
I don't know.
Morning.
Oh, hey, I can move people today.
There you go.
Woohoo.
I'm proud of you, Marissa.
Yeah. Well, yes, it was not going well the other day. It just said,
Oh no.
StreamYard said, nope. There was like a message
was
like,
trying
this
to-
function is not working.
I was trying to link to put up my streams, and it was like, person not found, stream not found, you're not found. And then it said, sign in with Google. And then it's like, we can't find your email. I'm like, it's on a Google thing. How could you not find it?
Hey, Vince, thanks. Baker did not go to Waffle House, although he was offered many a time. Many a time. Don't let him bull BS you this time around, y'all. He had opportunities.
To be fair, I think it was after Dollywood when everyone was like, I is tired and hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after spending a day at the park, that evening is a little laid back, shall we say.
Do they just not have a whole lot of water rides or something?
Well, they have a
They-
completely separate water park.
Oh.
So the Dollywood
But they
itself
have like
only
the
has-
Wild Rapids and the Flume.
Yeah, there's like the the log spill ride thing.
Yeah.
Like Splash Mountain, basically, but different. There's that, and then there's like a 6-person raft thing where they send you down the splashes, and it's fun. It's fun. Get real wet.
Yeah, those would be
I
like
ha-
the
I was
ones that
about
I
to
would be
say.
on.
Yeah.
And they were really quick and efficient getting people through. I was really impressed because they were like, okay, we're going to go on a ride. And I was like, see you 4 hours from now.
No, Baker, that was Church's chicken. That was different. That wasn't church.
Okay, no, we need to talk about Tennessee's lack of radio stations. I was just trying to find some Leonard Skinner to drive home from Dollywood to listen to some classic rock, maybe REO Speedwagon, and every other one is like, do. Have you thought about your soul? Do. And in Genesis, we think, do. I was like,
There's a lot of Jesus stations around here.
You
Yeah.
must have driven home on a Sunday. Although
no,
I guess
this
it doesn't
was
matter what day.
Dollywood Thursday.
Oh, that's a lot
There's
of
just
Jesus.
a lot of Jesus. There's a lot of Jesus. He loves
Yeah,
us.
and if that's you, that's great. But I was like, the one place I figured would have a Leonard Skinner station.
Yeah. Well, this is why you splurge and get XM for that month.
I ended up listening to Ricada do the Chandler Halderson case.
Thank you, Lesko. Oh, I'm afraid.
Uh,
What did Santa Claus have in common with Michael Jackson? Both leave children. Oh, God.
that's terrible.
Thanks, Brandon. Make that 150 $5, I guess I owe you.
That's funny.
But I'm subtracting the Danish tax out of that, so it's probably like $2 that I owe you because Denmark takes all the monies.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
well, let's see
ridiculous.
what Bevy has going on.
All right, so the motion regarding the testimony of Dr. Lopesada.
What the heck?
So the Commonwealth is moving specifically to exclude, there's a motion to exclude irrelevant photographs. We'll deal with that after the main motion to exclude certain testimony. So if we start on page 7 of the report, that's where you want me to start, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor?
Okay, page 7 of your report. I have some questions. So, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Lopesada cannot opine about the
She was at the Cape.
investigation of the case, the law enforcement investigation. She does that throughout her report. So she can't opine to that. But when we get to page 7, what do you say
If she
is
calls it an
out,
investigation, she's being too generous.
Mr. Brennan? I mean, I've
Yeah.
gone through it. I know what I think, but it's the Commonwealth's motion.
I think that her
What the hell did Bev just say?
about no object being
So Bev's over here like, I've already read it. I know how I'm going to rule, but do you want any help, son? I can help you, Hank. Just blink your eyes. Like
Well-
you told your witnesses to do if they need help.
I don't know, because generally she just rules on it if she's going to rule on their side. So maybe she's going to
I
do the
will
right
say
thing.
she's pretty much refrained from making those kind of aside comments that she would get mad. This is the first time I've heard her kind of do commentary on this.
Yeah, we'll see.
present cause of pattern injury is appropriate.
And where are you, on page 7, the first paragraph?
Yes, photographs and descriptions of the site.
Let's
It is
lead them
the-
right to.
Right, I might have a different page 7.
Also, wouldn't this be something they should have figured out months ago?
Yeah.
So my page 7, okay. Okay, yep.
Dr. Lopesada's proposed opinion that photographs and description of the site where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found show no object capable of producing a pattern injury, I think is appropriate. His body was found on flat, grassy ground, probably frozen, covered with a minimal amount of snow. I agree is appropriate. It is the next paragraph where it begins.
Use a microphone.
Sentence. It is logical to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe was injured elsewhere and his body was moved to the front line. There is no basis in fact for that. It's an improper opinion.
Yeah.
We left to argument.
That
So
is
I told you that on
speculation.
Friday, Mr. Jackson. Great, okay, so that's out. And Mr. Jackson, again,
Did he just say, what else do you got?
That's what he said.
Oh my God,
AJ.
everyone is so done with this case. Although,
I'm pretty sure.
is anyone noticing that Bev's hair is beyond Fox News, bordering on televangelist levels of volume today?
It is pretty
Her
big.
undercoat, she must have got freshly groomed. Her undercoat is all fluffy.
She does kind of look like a King Charles Cavalier.
And they're lazy too, so kind of fits.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. But, yeah, I think she did forget her sunscreen at the Cape because nobody else is quite that red. But let's see if we can hear AJ saying that.
In the middle of the sentence, it is logical to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe was injured elsewhere and his body was moved to the front line. There is no basis in fact for that. It's an improper opinion.
yeah.
We left to argument.
So I told you that on Friday, Mr. Jackson. Great, okay, so that's out.
I don't
And
think he said
Mr.
what else do you
Jackson,
got?
again, the medical
I think he said
examiner
we're not
erred in her
talking about that.
diagnosis of
We're not
hypothermia.
speaking
Again,
that.
that's
We're not doing that. subcommittee.
improper critiquing of the expert, she can say that it wasn't hypothermia, obviously. Okay, so same with the first sentence of the next paragraph, the Wisniewski spots were misidentified. Great, all right, so we can probably do this much quicker then. All right. All right, so page 8 is fine. So now we go to page 10. So this is the dog bites. So if you want to pick it up at,
Oh, we're calling them dog bites now?
what does the Commonwealth say about this?
At this point, there's no basis provided that she has the training, expertise, methodology to provide an opinion regarding a dog bite.
What's the offer of proof on this, Mr. Jackson?
It will be more extensive when I establish the foundation testimony, but basically she's not only done autopsies involving dog bites, the wound pattern recognition related to the source of those dog bites. She's also taught classes on wound pattern recognition, source of
Valid
coming up
point.
with diagnoses concerning the source of specific pattern of wounds. She has a methodology that she uses. Medical school classes, if I didn't mention, the courses.
What does she teach? Is this in her CV? Because I didn't see it.
It will be in her foundation that I will lay in front of the jury.
All right.
I don't see any opinion unless and until the foundation is properly laid, but she has extensive experience, not only with, specifically with autopsies that she's conducted herself, but supervising autopsies of others that deal with pattern recognition, the methodology involved with pattern recognition.
How about dog bites?
Dog bites specifically, 5 autopsies. I believe she will indicate that she's done 5 autopsies as they relate to dog bites.
Okay.
A medical school class specifically on the issue of wound pattern recognition, which that class includes dog bite recognition.
All right, so we'll need a short voir dire of her on this before she testifies.
Of course.
The court doesn't believe that I can lay the foundation in front of the jury and just forego a voir dire. I won't ask any ultimate question until we go to sidebar, but I think we could short circuit that.
Well, she's very specific about the dog bites here. So if she's seen 5 autopsies with dog bites, I'm not inclined to give it to you. Okay?
What?
Seen only 5 in her 40 years or whatever.
It's not that she's only seen 5, she's performed 5.
Okay, so that's why we need a voir dire. So we need a very short voir dire.
She's also been qualified
How many
on
dog
the
bite
issue.
deaths are there in a given year?
Yeah.
The fact that this woman has seen 5 in her 40 years is quite, notable.
Yeah, I would say so. That's more than what even
Dr. Russell, I
Russell
thought,
saw.
had.
So 40 years, she's going to be like an old lady, huh?
Please let Brennan do something ageist again. And normally I
know.
don't go to any of the ist and ohs and phobias and things like that because I think they're kind of weak arguments. But when Hank went after Dr. Russell and she gasped, I still have a little bit of hate in my heart for that.
Yeah, I would say that overall the defense witnesses have been very respectful and not combative. I mean, minus that obvious one that didn't want to be there. But yeah, and picking on grandma, it's not a good look. Not a good look. But anyway, yes, I wish they would speak into the mic as well, Dan Davis. I really wish, because it's hard for even me to hear, and I have it boosted.
We've only been here, I don't know, 6 weeks of our lives. You think they'd have gotten it?
Vince, it's when Brennan asked if she had memory problems, and she was like, like, how dare you?
I would just think that this would be a very appealable thing, and she shouldn't be probably making comments to the fact that 5 dog bodies means that she is not qualified, because now she's giving her opinion when she's supposed to be a goalie.
Yeah.
But I'm not a lawyer, so take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Yeah, same here. I don't know, Bev be Bev, you know?
By
She needs some Solacane. That's why she's so pissy.
Okay.
She has a plethora of foundations.
Has that been provided to the Commonwealth in advance of today?
None of it has. So here's the difficulty, whether it's a voir dire or it's in front of the jury, I have absolutely no ability to research and cross-examine her on dog bites. She can say she had 1 case or 50 cases, that she testified in state or federal court, or she took a class. I can't verify it, I can't contradict it. I have no ability to prepare for this witness about her basis, methodology, and experience in dog bites. What I have is her showing a couple pictures that she pulled from a book, and then she has some Google or Shutterstock research in her report. And so the idea that she has a history or basis is going to be uncontested, because there's nothing I can do to contest it, and that's not appropriate. I should be able to research, get transcripts, vet, and be able to approach the witness on whether or not she actually has the reliability and education and experience. I can't do that if we call her and ask her for jury or a voir dire.
But that's where, if we want to compare apples to apples, Dr. Wolf, Asik Wolf, was allowed to testify, to specifically testify to the wound pattern, or his interpretation of wound pattern recognitions back then. That was nowhere in his report. That was objected to by the defense. Mr. Alessi went to sidebar, strenuously objected, said this is nowhere in the report, we didn't have any notice of this, and the court said, overruled, he's allowed to testify to the pattern of recognition, which in his mind, you can cross-examine on. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth have every single case that Dr. Lopasada has ever dealt with dealing with.
No, we had an expert on dog bites who I allowed to testify as to dog bites based on, we had a whole, as you know, it was Mr. Leslie, I think 3 days with Dr. Russell on the voir dire. This is new to me. I'm going to have a short
is it
voir
new?
dire on to what
How are
she
you
can
new?
testify
Are you
to.
a judge in this case?
How is it new? Like, did this just come in? Is this new, like a new report?
Well, so I don't think it's new. I think Hank is looking at the jury and seeing how bad these particular witnesses are. And he's now doing everything. I mean, he is the one shouting the loudest, I want Arca to testify. Also, here are 93 different motions of why Arca can't testify. And
Yeah.
you're telling me that
Inspired.
you're...
Good.
Go ahead.
Spire's been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, Em. Appreciate it. I can yell loud as hubby isn't home. Well, good. Because
Awesome.
Brennan makes people yell, and that checks out.
Yeah, but these witnesses have been, I think, on notice for almost this entire year. And Jackson is right. The defense, and Miss Little, I think, is right. The defense has always stated these are dog bites. I mean, from the first, like when I was watching the hearing with you guys, even before the first trial, these are dog bites. They've noticed Hank. And if you're telling me that an intern, and with all of his resources, $400K for their stupid aperture, he couldn't find someone to do some research on Dr. LaPosada, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah,
it's
no,
normal, it's not like it's Jane Smith, it's Dr. LaPosada. I'm pretty sure she's going to have an extensive background that you could look up.
Yeah. And also, just shut up, Bev. That's all I have to say. But yeah, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Did you read the report? Also, Brennan, it's not our fault that you're bad at time management at the end.
If you
what I
think
think.
that Brennan hasn't done the research on this woman, you're out of your mind. He does. He's just lying through his teeth, trying to make it seem like
I
he
mean,
hasn't.
you've got crazy people like Coffendinger trying to get Dr. Wolf's, wife into things because she is an a free care and read group.
Yeah, expert. It shouldn't matter. That shouldn't have even been allowed in because he's an expert and his wife's opinion doesn't matter. He's not a fact witness.
Yeah.
It's not like he's up there saying like, "Oh, well, my wife said,"
Right.
He's like,
That's
by the way,
the
my wife was
stupidest thing.
showing this interpolated video, and now I see someone on the grassy knoll.
And his opinion hasn't changed. And it was after the trial, and she was getting harassed, so she was probably like, looking for people that had like-minded people. Yeah. Or just be like, what the heck is all this about that I'm getting harassed? I don't know. Anyway.
So, all right, so let's go on to page 17.
Commonwealth has an objection to the third line, Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. She is not qualified as a reconstructionist or biomechanical engineer. She has tried in other courts and been rejected. She does not have the experience, the background, or the ability to do that properly.
She's a doctor. She
What do you
knows
say,
bodies.
Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I believe she does.
Before we get to that,
Island's been a member for 10 months. Outstanding. I appreciate you. I'm here and I demand attention. And bacon. Send bacon. I approve of that message.
Approve.
Baconators en route.
As a medical examiner, have the experience, and it's the qualification, it's the specific job of and the qualification of a medical examiner to opine on pattern injuries. If the foundation is laid,
You don't have to be a
especially as it relates
reconstructionist
to
to
now we're not talking about
talk about bodies.
which are a more defined subset of her overall experience. Now we're talking about motor vehicle incidents and accidents that she has specifically seen thousands of.
Okay.
Multiple thousands.
So,
But if she does have the qualification to say, if the proper foundation is laid, that the wound pattern that I see on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is inconsistent with anything that I've seen in terms of a motor vehicle accident.
so let's just find out how many motor vehicle accident autopsies she's done during that voir dire. What I have a question about
40 years
is
as a medical
tail
examiner, I'm
lights are
guessing
typically
two.
made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. I would keep that out. I'd be inclined to allow in the injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by plastic pieces impacting his arm. But let's hear about it.
but it's not plastic, you dumb twit.
Well, also, they're redacting her report. Are these going to be slides, or is this her report? And if so, why are we redacting her report when generally the jury doesn't get to see the reports? Unless
I don't
this
know.
has been moved into evidence.
Maybe they're putting it in evidence, or I don't know. How is she even going to prepare for that? Like if they redact it, I don't know.
Well, I guess Jackson would have to talk to her about, we can't cover these. And then Brendan's going to say, did you talk to anyone on
Yeah.
Signal? And she's going to say, no, I use Telescope. Fed.
Nope, you Snapchat.
I'm on his TikTok.
I wouldn't ask about polycarbonate. I have no intention of asking about that.
And also, the last sentence, I think it's okay, and we'll see with voir dire. Neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes, assuming she has experience with autopsies of motor vehicle accidents. But I would keep out the part as would be expected from pieces of shattered tail light. Was there more on that?
I object to that because this is now yet another witness that is coming in under the guise of some type of specialty, but really for accident reconstruction.
All right, so let's see what she says on voir dire regarding.
No, she's here to rebut that those were
Thank you,
made by a
Brandon.
car.
So basically, this is what's happening. The ME, the medical examiner that the defense hired she watched the video and all of the reports and everything from the state's medical examiner, and I guess they didn't have anybody else. She reviewed that, and wants to opine on the marks on his arm, on his right arm, and Brendan is having a pissy fit about it because he didn't have time to prepare. Now, I don't know when this report came in, but I'm kind of, well, he's saying that she doesn't have the proper experience and expertise, but she's a freaking, isn't she a pathologist or something?
Well, Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
he's fundamentally misleading people with this argument that in order to opine on this possible crash, you must have been an accident reconstructionist, which
Right.
is untrue. She's not going to testify about the car was going, this miles an hour and it hit him. What she is going to say is that these, injuries I see on this body part, the body I can kind of understand. This is what I'm going to say, having seen the body parts and what you guys say. It didn't happen. Anyone is allowed to do that. You've had lay witnesses come in and they might not have had schooling, but you have an auto mechanic who's done a gajillion and 12 cars. Okay, let's go back to my cousin Vinny. Marissa Tomei was not an expert in robbing convenience stores and killing old men, but she was able to talk about cars because that's what she was expert in.
Right. I don't know.
I've been gone and now my heart's racing.
And yes,
my-
Brennan is just being very insincere about this, saying like, I didn't have time to prepare about it. She doesn't have the proper background and experience. She's been rejected before. She's not an accident reconstructionist, blah, blah, blah. So now Bev is saying that they need to have a voir dire. She's going to rule against it, but
Well, and Bev, in this point, this is as blatantly obvious bias as I've seen from her, where she's actually gone through the report and said, okay, I don't like this, this, and this.
Well,
she's never been dedicated to her job enough to read any of the other ones and have notes about it. Now she's
she
suddenly a
just
note
doesn't
taker.
talk about it.
For somebody that Brennan doesn't have any information on, he sure has a whole lot of reasons why she should be disqualified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you know? And then he's saying, well, if she does have this experience, it's nowhere in her CV. So how would I verify it?
You're not. Again, both sides are allowed to use strategy. Brennan is just upset that the defense's strategy has been to kind of not have a bunch of people do reports, which are not, you don't have to have them do a report. They get to voir dire if they have any issues. He has been perpetually, like he has been put on and the martyr of the damn Commonwealth when he has all the resources. I'm getting tired of the crybaliness. I'm about to take it to Hot Topic and make him buy stuff so he looks like an emo. Or guy liner.
Yeah.
Go with that fake black hair, sir.
Her experience with accident victims. I think she gets more into the accident reconstruction on the next page that I don't think is proper.
Which I am not seeking to introduce.
All right, so that whole first paragraph on the next page, you're not seeking to introduce? Yeah.
So at least the first, we're starting with the first sentence, yes, we would be seeking to introduce that. Pedestrian injuries produced by contact with motor vehicle include a component of tissue crushing force as the car profile protrusions connect. That's basic. I believe that she does have the qualifications.
Sighing.
Kind about that. That's pretty standard, and that should be admitted.
She has absolutely no experience in accident reconstruction or the injuries. She is not a biomechanical, biomedical engineer. They have one, and he's going to testify to it.
Yeah, I have that as out, Mr. Jackson.
The reason that I believe that it's appropriate is because you don't have to be a biomechanical engineer to understand when you see, for instance, a known pedestrian accident, what are the results, especially if you've seen hundreds or maybe even thousands, what are the results that you typically see in the movement patterns, for instance, crushing forces, broken bones, fractured bones, crushed soft tissue, things of that nature, internal bleeding. That's the province of medical exam.
Okay.
That's exactly what they are trained to identify and to opine on.
Okay, so
Thank God I'm agreeing with Jackson this time.
What she doesn't have the experience to do is say, when a car is involved in a rollover collision, these are the mechanical forces that are exerted on the body during a rollover and the G-forces that are subject, that the body is subject to in a rollover, things of that nature. When a car is impacted head-on by another car, there are a number of G-forces that are put upon the body, etc. Those are biomechanical issues, have nothing to do with her expertise, and I wouldn't be seeking anything like that. But once the body is removed from the car, and then it's on the autopsy table, that's where her expertise begins to fly. if you
Okay.
will. She can talk about, and I believe she has the experience and the qualifications to talk about what the body suffers at the hands of a vehicle, pedestrian, incident, or accident.
Okay, so the first two sentences are out. The third sentence, she can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And she can testify, and she cannot say that would have resulted from the impact with the SUV rear profile. She can say Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs.
I did a double take.
She cannot say from bumper contact, but she can say as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. And she can't testify to anything else in that
Inspired.
paragraph.
Okay, I'm going to drink every time Bev sighs. It's going to be a great night. Lol, you're not going to remember it. You're going to be entirely too wasty pants.
I hope that's a
Yeah.
session beer you're drinking.
I was about to say, lock your Amazon account so you can't buy $80 worth of gummies. I'm talking about candy because Amazon doesn't sell the fun kind. And make sure you don't take your phone away from you. Don't text anyone. Don't call anyone.
Yeah.
But
Lock it
I
up.
approve.
I actually had to do a double take to check to see if Andrea Burkhart was live. I was like, oh, is she having like streaming issues? But no, it's not her. That's funny. Got me.
Your Honor, is the court ruling that she cannot say anything about the human body contacting a motor vehicle? That sounds like what the court's saying.
No.
I think that's too narrow a ruling.
It is. You can put this in, what I said you could put in, can come in, and the rest cannot. We
For
could,
instance, and just for point of clarification, if I ask her, would you expect, I'm just gonna make it a hypothetical, would you expect if his legs were contacted by a moving vehicle, would you expect to see bruise or contusion?
what do you say about that?
I don't object, one, it's leading. Secondly,
Well, I'm not asking the question.
Secondly,
Hank,
This is
every time I think you
asking-
can't get more annoying.
to have Dr. Lavasada do accident reconstruction. She's not assessing a ward. I asked you to consider the case of Commonwealth versus Tompkins, appeals court. I think we provided at 105 Mass Ave 1124, 2025 case. And a similar attempt was made to try to use Dr. Lavasada as a biomechanical accident reconstructionist. The trial judge did not credit her proffer and found that she failed to meet the requisite criteria pursuant to Daubert Lanigan. And so recently,
More research you got on her, huh?
at least another
Okay.
court, that she's not competent to do this because she's a medical examiner, does not allow her to come in and start.
Oh, I hate him so much.
endorsing Or vouching for the doctor.
Father, we had 4 days away from him.
And so,
Coming
wasn't
back to him
long enough.
not
seems,
only on page 18,
it seems too
going back to
painful.
page
It's like my
17,
body's shying
about the
away.
For real.
I'd rather
seems
drink
like-
Malort.
It seems like he has a lot of information for not having time to do research.
Sure does. Almost like he's got exactly as much information as he wanted to have.
Again,
Yeah, and he didn't like any of it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my thing. Bev, the constant, I'm keeping this all, super efficient. If you guys are arguing about the report and it won't be settled unless you do a voir dire, get the witness in here and stop letting Hank talk.
Mm-hmm.
Just do the voir
Because he
trying to
dire.
get out.
lies.
They're trying to get out of they're trying to exclude as much as possible beforehand. So they don't
Well-
you know.
Yeah, but the problem is that if the jury isn't already pissed off, you continually tell them that you're making things faster while wasting time. And I know they
Yeah.
don't understand that the time is being wasted, but you have them get there at 9 o'clock. You don't start until 10:30. I'd be pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
So, not only on page 18, going back to page 17, about the pattern injuries don't correspond to injuries to a light, she would only know that if she had the training
Where,
experience.
I'm sorry, where,
You said on page 17, you would allow Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could be produced by regular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. That's not her role as a medical examiner. That's the role of a reconstruction or a biomechanic. And she clearly is not competent, at least as cited by the appeals court, to have that type of opinion. So there's one thing to assess wounds, there's another to try to correlate or draw a distinction between the wounds in a car collision. It is essentially giving an opinion to the jury, he didn't get hit by a car. That is the core fundamental theory of the defense. This is simply trying to bootstrap another witness to give that opinion. That's improper.
All right. Sure.
Mr. Brennan's going to cite the Tompkins case. He needs to cite the Tompkins case. That dealt with a situation in which the witness was called, and she was asked by the lawyers, specifically in that case, the people that called her, the lawyers that called her, to opine about blood-stain pattern recognition, blood spatter evidence on the driver's seat versus the passenger seat, and what her opinion was about who actually was driving the vehicle. It was a roller collision in which people were ejected from the car. She was then asked to opine about bloodstain patterns in the driver's seat and whether that was more or less consistent with the blood, the originator of the blood, one particular individual, was he more likely in the driver's seat or the passenger seat at the time of the bleeding, and was it before or after the roller? Very, very different set of facts. And of course, that is a biomechanical engineer's product. And the court was correct in saying, I'm not going to credit her testimony on that issue, but that's what she was asked. She opined on it, and the court said, I'm not going to credit her testimony.
All right, so
To do with this type of analysis and wound pattern recognition, which is what she's being asked to do.
so let's see with her voir dire this morning.
Okay.
She actually was allowed to testify about blood spatter. It is the reconstruction testimony that she was not allowed to testify.
I read the Superior Court judge's decision. I have not read the appeals court rescript, so I need to do that. I'd like to get going, but there are photographs of inside the garage. You intend to put this in through Dr. Lopesada?
No, not to.
Through whom?
With regard to these photos, well, ultimately, the officer will be shown them, correct? That they'll be introduced through our investigator who took the photos. We intend to call that investigator after Dr. Lopez.
Ooh.
And what will that investigator say? These are photographs.
So he will testify to two subject areas. One would be took measurements from the street to the various entrances to 34 Fairview. Just have to testify about what those measurements were. And then where he took several photographs, we have pared them down to, I think, 3 or 4, just of one establishing shot showing the garage from the street, and then a couple of photos showing the side entrance to the garage, or pedestrian entrance to the garage, which also shows the interior of the garage, including a step and a
For what purpose? How are they relevant?
I'm sorry?
How are they relevant?
So the defense is presenting a loading defense in this case. We are alleging that the police did not do a thorough investigation. They did not really investigate anyone other than Karen Reed. The Commonwealth's own evidence, including the testimony of Ian Griffin, is consistent with John O'Keefe after what they claim to be the trigger event in Dr. Welch's initial report. John O'Keefe walking in a westerly direction, which would be from Fairview Road to the house, taking approximately 36 steps over a distance of 25.4 meters, which is approximately 84 feet. That is consistent with him entering the house. It's consistent with him entering the garage. The police did not take photos.
I know, but she and Bev must have been tanning at the same spot.
Is there a ridge-like surface in the garage?
That's like a
and these are
orange.
photos are introduced
That's
on
not
that
even a
photo
tan.
to say that there was evidence in the house. If the police only went in there, they would have seen that, and that may have sent them in a different direction. So it's relevant for that purpose.
Do you want to weigh in on
Agreed,
this?
Unity.
These are not only relevant and not material, it's misleading. They are not seeking to have measurements from the flagpole to the door. They're trying to seek measurements from the driveway to the door. There is no evidence whatsoever John O'Keefe was ever on, near, or anywhere by the driveway. The evidence is that he was at the flagpole. While the data showed there was a turn westward, it didn't show movement westward. It did not. If there was a measurement from the flagpole to the garage door, that is something that I think would be appropriate. From the driveway, totally irrelevant. There's no evidence, no witness, no substantive evidence in this case that John O'Keefe went in the house, went near the house, was dropped off. They're relying simply on the fact that there were 37 steps. They have no idea what direction or where. What they wanted to do to argue this is to show inside the garage and then posit the theory that somehow John O'Keefe was killed in the garage, it was colder than it was in the regular house, that would account for the temperature on the battery. They have no evidence to support that. You can't use...
Sounds like a decent theory.
You can't just say, oh, they should have done what we want them to do. It is what is reasonable. The police went into the house and they spoke to the occupants of the house. There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went into the garage. You might as well take a photograph of anybody else's garage in America and put it up in front of the jury. So this is going to create a
Brennan,
mistaken,
you are
baseless
such a moron.
argument that this evidence somehow shows that Mr.
Okay, no, the evidence shows that he went some number of steps. Now, are you telling me he decided that he realized he was going to have to hang out with Jen, so he decided to go visit the Asian house, which I could understand, and then they unalived him for trying to leave them? I could go with that.
Like he's saying, oh, well, nobody opined that he went to the garage. Maybe they should have.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point to their argument. They did a shitty investigation. And here's the factual evidence indicating that they should have looked in this direction at the very least, and they did not.
Well, even to tick a box and say, okay, there is no evidence that he was in the house, to strengthen their case against Karen, you would think they would have done a cursory check. Okay, we're going to need to, check this house out, cross all our, T's, dot all our I's.
Yeah, it's bad. This is stupid. His argument sucks.
It really
He was
does.
A, in the garage, and B, he was injured in the garage. That's why they want to show it to Dr. Lopasado. Couldn't some of these angles have caused the injury? Total speculation, no relevance at all.
Yeah.
And it is just prone for an opportunity to mislead this jury. This should not come in.
If I may
That's what
respond
reasonable
in 4
doubt
ways.
is.
First of all, Mr. Brennan just informed this court that there was no evidence of the movement of the phone. I'd like to quote
He lied.
the own witness. At 12:25:30, the device's bearing shifts to a westerly direction, as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside toward the house. So that was false. Secondly, with regard to, we should be measuring from the flagpole, our theory is not that he entered the house from the area of the flagpole. Our theory is that he was placed at that flagpole, and as Mr. Brennan correctly points out, there's no evidence that they introduced as to where he was on the road prior to walking into the house in that westerly direction. Our theory is as good as his. He cannot prove anything to contradict our theory. The third thing is that Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxey saw Karen Reed in her vehicle alone. The passenger seat was illuminated and empty. John O'Keefe was nowhere in the area of that vehicle. He was not in that vehicle. There's only one other place that he could be, and that is in the house. So finally, the fourth point, Your Honor, this court has continually always done, as the court should, a 403 analysis. The probative value we have established
403 analysis.
their own witnesses. They called all these witnesses, and they established the foundation for the addition of these photos. There's no unfair prejudice. I argue that anytime there's exculpatory evidence or a case that advances the defense theory, that's by definition going to prejudice in Commonwealth's case. This is not unfair prejudice. He is allowed, Mr. Brennan is allowed to cross-examine this witness and to make whatever arguments he wants to make about the likelihood of the garage being involved or not. But he does not and should not get the benefit of the fact that his investigation, the police investigation, didn't do what we just did. And this evidence should be admitted.
The argument is purely rhetorical. There's not one fact. The witnesses that saw the car saw it in front of them. Nobody ever got out. A light on doesn't mean that he wasn't near the car because they didn't see him in the front seat. So there's no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went anywhere near the house, on the breezeway, in the door. It is speculative, it is baseless. They want to take that baseless argument.
No, Ryan Nagel testified that he saw the front seat and there was nobody in it. Not that he couldn't see over there.
And there's no evidence that he didn't go in the house.
Oh, I hate
Well,
Brennan. I hate him so
the
much.
dome light wasn't on. If they're trying to say that, she and John were fighting and John was like, screw you, heifer, and was going to shut the door, the dome light would be on. I hate so much Brennan.
Yes, me too.
And then bootstrap the Dr. Lopasado to further speculate that something in the garage that could have caused the injury. That is not Bowden. That is not a due process right. That's not 403. It's empty. It's no factual predicate whatsoever.
Okay. So,
The only other thing, just to put a cap on this, the location data circles, again, Mr. Brennan's own evidence, he introduced it, puts John O'Keefe in the house as well.
all right, so I'm going to allow you to do the measurements. These photos will mark for identification. The photos are not admissible. So, all right, Chrissy, can you just mark those, please? All right, let's bring the jury over. We will do, Mr. Jackson, how long will you be with
At least you
Dr.
let
Wolf?
it in.
Probably 20 minutes.
All right.
When are they going to do the
Depending
voir dire
on-
then?
Yes.
On that. All right, so during the morning recess, we'll do the voir dire of Dr. Lopasada. All right, bring him on over, please.
Oh my God.
So is
Well, the
this,
good news
how
is-
far did, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying we're pretty much caught up. So
How far did we get into redirect on Friday?
like 5-10 minutes maybe.
Okay.
So we have a lot that, and he had a lot of time to think about it too. Brandon, she said that the photo was marked for identification, but will not be admitted into evidence. So, but he can still question about it, I guess.
Yeah,
And
I
the
guess he
measurements
can
can come in.
still, yeah, do the inference without the
Right.
picture.
He just doesn't get a visual, whatever.
Good morning again, council. Good morning, jurors.
See if it gets the
We
foundation.
appreciate your patience. We were in here trying to streamline things, so we got a lot of work done this morning, so thank you. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
Oh, Bev,
investigation
what the
into
hell
this case?
happened to you this
Everyone said
weekend?
yes or nodded affirmatively.
She
Did
looks
anyone
bad.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about
Like,
this
she
case
looks
since we left here
rougher
on Friday?
than normal.
Everyone said no or should be. Okay, thank you. Can we have Dr. Walker, please?
Correct, Brandon.
Okay, I do have a question. So, did we get another sexy Bev when Dr. Wolf was testifying?
No, she just sat there looking conceited and like her sandy panties had
He didn't
a
reply to her
wedgie.
DMs. She had a
No.
t-shirt made and everything.
He was doing too well on the stand and she didn't like that.
But she's nowhere a rookie. And I'm not talking about her age to be mean, but
All right, good
she's
morning.
seen some summers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, thank you for joining us again this morning. I'd like to draw your attention to a picture.
There's the microphone.
I'm going to... May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Can we move his microphone so he's not breathing
Yes.
into it?
You were shown this photograph last week, is that right?
Correct.
By Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
Do you recognize the photo as the same photo that you were shown last week?
Yes.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be a photo of, just generally?
It appears to be a photo from the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour impact test.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate photograph of the condition of the dummy following that 29 mile an hour crash test?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to enter this as next in order, please. If you could hand that to the court order.
Exhibit 218.
Oh, he's got the little Beauty and the Beast hairpiece.
Permission
He's
to
Belle.
present that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the photograph?
Yes.
Can you pause it? So, the difference between these holes and the other holes on the hoodie, since I was looking on my phone, it was hard to see, but now that it's bigger, these are definitely more tear holes. Again, this is a four-way knit material, and so the other ones were definitely punctures and it started to fray, but these are entire rips into it. So while they can look a little similar, they're incredibly different now that I can see it close up.
Yeah, and the front of the shirt was like destroyed basically.
And I wonder how its pants were.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Brandon. What does a gay Hank eat? Bev's box. Hey. Good one.
Wouldn't that make him straight? Unless Bev is hiding
Yeah.
a secret.
Yeah. I mean,
thought those
maybe he
mark-
found something under the robe. I don't know.
He had information on Hillary Clinton.
Dr. Worf, first of all, what caused the damage? Well, let's start with the most basics. Which arm is this? Left or right?
This is the left arm.
What position was, you called this dummy Rescue Randy, is that right?
Correct,
What
yes.
position generally was Rescue Randy in upon impact during this test?
He was oriented such that the right side of his body and his right arm would be contacted by the vehicle.
What caused the defects in the damage to the sweatshirt as we see it here?
That was due to the interaction from the Rescue Randy sliding on the pavement surface to his position of final rest.
Is that sometimes called road rash?
Yes.
Did you see any road rash in any other place on Rescue Randy in this photograph?
Doesn't appear so in this photograph, no.
Can we highlight the face?
Oh, is that? What? Well, did they give him a new
What about
head?
there?
Sorry, I thought you were talking specific to the clothing. Yes, the as I mentioned on Friday, there were signs of road rash to the body of the dummy itself, on the face and on the torso and arms.
Can we zoom in on the sleeve a little bit? Do you see any staining on the sleeve as well as the defects, the holes and the tears?
Yes.
What is that staining from?
Again, just from that sliding contact with the pavement, so it's just likely debris and kind of a film from the pavement surface being deposited onto the material.
With regard to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt that you reviewed photographs of, did you see any other defects other than the right arm and the fact that it was cut off of him medically?
No.
Any other indication or any indication whatsoever of anything that you see consistent with road rash?
No.
Okay, let's go back to full frame. The second image I'd like you to take a look at. If we could have the lights for just a second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is the backside of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full-on impact test.
Which arm is featured in that photograph?
That would be the right arm.
Move that into evidence as next in order, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Okay. Exhibit 219?
Permission to display.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the right arm of Rescue Randy as he's face down?
Yes.
Is that following the impact?
Yes.
Do you see any? Were you shown this photograph by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination?
No, I was not.
Can we highlight the right sleeve just a little bit, please? Do you see that defect in the sleeve?
Yes.
Do you also see some artifacts above that defect, above and to the left?
Yes.
Can you tell what those are?
Where the closed caption is.
They appear to be fragments from the back window of the test vehicle when it shattered.
Does there appear to be any additional, let's go back to the full frame. Does there appear to be any additional defects on that particular sleeve?
There appears to be some material transfer, likely from the pavement, and also some road rash.
Does that appear to be transferred from the pavement?
I think that might be a shard of glass from the back window.
What was the condition of the back window after this test?
It was completely shattered.
The defect that we're looking at, that large gash, was that from road rash sliding on the pavement?
Yes.
We can go back to the full frame, please. I'd like to show you an additional photograph. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the front side of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full-on impact test.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy in that sweatshirt after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor, is next in order.
Okay. Exhibit 220?
Permission to display.
Yes.
Can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is mainly showing the upper body of the test dummy from the 29 mile an hour impact test, showing the road rash to the front side of the body.
Were you shown this photograph?
He is jacked. He is
Holy
jacked
crap.
up.
Yeah.
Also, it is not lost on me that this Rescue Randy looks more like Paul than John. Just saying.
But here's the thing I would notice as a juror, if I'm trying to be objective. even regarding that there was a berm and there might have been, he might have landed on grass, I would have expected a lot more grass staining, a lot more dirt, clump, things in his hair if he slid on the ground. He has a couple of grass stains, but
So I wrecked a motorcycle and I was only going like 40 miles an hour. Okay. But when I landed, the road, it jacked me up pretty good. It split my jeans. I landed like this, right, on my face and my chest and shoulders. It really hurt. But my pants, both legs of my pants from the impact hitting the street, they split right on the top of my thigh on both legs.
Oh, ow.
Ooh.
Them little puncture holes that John O'Keefe had, there would have been a lot more damage to his clothing at the very least.
Rocks in it. If
Right.
it was road rash.
Yeah, that's what has never really made sense to me about this. His injuries never looked like a car crash to me. I'm not a doctorologist, but oh Lord.
Brandon, I know it's you.
Oh, that's for sure, Brandon. That's for sure. Let's go.
Well,
But thank you for that super chat. And I'm not going to read
thanks
it.
for reminding me of the stigmata, Brandon. Have to
That's
go back to
amazing.
mass.
I would have read that one.
You still can.
Hey, Marissa, what's the difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus on a wall? The picture only required one nail.
No, you need 3 because there's Mary and then Kennedy. I don't know what kind of Catholic house you were in, but that was the Trinity.
Terrible.
All right.
On cross-examination?
No.
What caused the holes in the bodice of the shirt? In other words, the part that covers the chest and the torso?
After the impact, the dummy was projected and sliding on the pavement surface. So again, this is...
Does Randy have a belly button? That's awesome. I don't know why. I mean, where did he get a belly button from?
consistent
Because
with
it was
the
worn like a
front side of the
normal
body
mannequin
sliding, making
with
sliding contact with the
parents.
pavement, creating those abrasions and holes. And again, that asphalt material transfer that you see on the front.
Can you go up back to the full frame, please? Do you see additional road rash? Take a look at his right arm. Do you see additional road rash on Rescue Randy?
Yes,
On both the fabric and the arm itself?
correct.
Go back to full frame.
Ouchies.
And can you see his face as well in this photograph?
Yes,
Are those the chin and nose defects that you saw?
Go for it.
yes.
Did they
Are the defects in
determine
the
whether
shirt
he was
that you see
conscious
here
when he was hit?
consistent with the condition of the...
No.
So with a force like this, if he were, let's say, knocked unconscious by the impact prior to going, on the lawn, your body falls differently if you get knocked over and you try to, catch yourself, or you're, unconscious, you just kind of flop. So again, all of these questions should have been answered by their accident reconstructionist instead of painting himself pink or blue. I'm sorry. He was just waiting for Pride Month.
Bad duck. Oh, gosh. Why do we have to have Jesus jokes today?
Hey, Zeus walked into the inn and put 3 nails on the counter, then asked the innkeeper if he could put him up for the night. I'm going straight to hell. Y'all better pray for me when I'm in purgatory. I'm counting on y'all.
shirt of John O'Keefe as you saw it in the photographs?
It is inconsistent.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Another photo, and I'd like to show you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is that? We can take this down.
It is the rest position of the test dummy after the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Were you shown this on Friday?
No.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy just from a different angle after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay. Exhibit 221.
Permission to display that photograph, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this an overview of the entire body of Rescue Randy after that impact?
Yes.
Take a look at his torso, the exposed portion of his torso. Do you see road rash on his exposed torso?
Yes.
You also see that the road rash that you earlier described on the bodice of the shirt, the front of the shirt?
Yes.
And what about, let's go back to full
Bodice?
frame. Is there also road rash on his jeans?
Yes.
If we could go back to full frame. Have you ever heard a phrase, knocked out of your shoes?
Yes.
Where are the dummy shoes?
They're still on his feet.
And this is at an impact of 29 miles per hour, correct?
What's the form of the question?
Sure. What was tell us one more time, what was the speed of this impact?
This was a full-on 29 mile per hour impact.
We can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in it.
Yes.
What is that?
It is the back of the test Lexus after the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of that Lexus following that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes, and I should be more specific. It's post the 29 mile per hour impact with the test dummy, not just the arm.
Understood. Thank you. The collision that caused the damage to Rescue Randy that we've just been looking at.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 222.
Permission to display that?
Yes.
Is this the photograph that we were just talking about?
Yes,
And this is the condition of the vehicle after that rearward impact with Rescue Randy, correct?
correct.
Did the subject vehicle photographs that you looked at, were those consistent or inconsistent with this photograph?
Those photographs were inconsistent compared to the test.
Was there anything consistent about the shirt that you were shown on Friday, the left sleeve that you were shown on Friday with John O'Keefe's actual sweatshirt?
Was any of that consistent with?
Correct. Was that consistent or inconsistent, now that you've seen all the photographs, with the condition of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th?
The test clothing was inconsistent compared to that of Mr. John O'Keefe's.
Thank you.
Last time I took my wife to the pool, I drank so much I really had to break the seal. So I'm peeing in the deep end, and the lifeguard definitely noticed because he blew his whistle so effing loud, I almost fell in. That is hilarious. Poor kids swimming in the deep end.
You were asked on cross-examination several
Water
times about the
feature.
weight of the Hybrid 3 arm. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes,
You were asked how much lighter the Hybrid 3 arm was than the static estimate arm, correct?
correct.
I want to make sure we're clear about this. The Hybrid 3 arm is the physical arm that you attached to the ATD and did testing with, correct?
Correct.
The statistical estimate arm is something in the ether, right? It doesn't exist?
Sustained.
How would you describe a statistical estimate arm?
It's probably from taking a sample of the population and getting an average and a high and a low.
Okay. Is that a physical arm? You can touch and feel?
No.
Okay. Do you have any information, based on everything that you've reviewed, at all, about the actual weight of John O'Keefe's right arm?
Nothing in terms of a weighed measurement of the arm, no.
Okay. What was the percentage
their
that Mr.
expert
Brennan
didn't
gave
know
you?
either?
They don't know anything.
No.
Well, it seems interesting because I'm Dr. Welcher, and I've been pursuing a degree for 15 years and finally caught it. He didn't, again, weigh his own arm. He used him. Why are we arguing? A man used himself as a damn crash dummy. Can we go home now?
Well, sort of. There wasn't exactly a crash. It was more of a bump.
Only in my
was a clip.
dreams.
It was almost a clip. And just for clarification purposes, Burgess was the one that had the 15-year pursuit, 17-year pursuit of a bachelor degree.
No, Welcher took 15 years nearly to get his doctorate. I have it in my
Did he?
notes. I was
Okay,
pissed
I
off
believe you.
because he was acting
I
like
believe
again, don't put on uppity airs when you're a jerk.
And thank you, Brandon. Hey, Marissa, how do you make an idiot say how? Thanks. You're so kind.
In terms of how much lighter the hybrid 3 arm was than the statistical estimate arm that he gave you.
From what I recall, I think the percentage was 26%.
Did you calculate that yourself, or did you take Mr. Brennan's word for it?
I believe I took his word for it.
Do you recall what the weight of the hybrid 3 arm was exactly?
9.38 pounds.
What is the difference, if you can calculate, what is the difference between what was the statistical estimate arm, the number that Mr. Brennan gave you?
I think I heard him say 11.8, but I also think he said at one point 11.6. So I'm not sure of the kind of the final number he landed on.
Sustained, ask the question.
Oh, he pointed out how I'm an idiot.
Does
Objection.
11.86 sound right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's use 11.86. You have a calculator with you?
I do.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf use a calculator if he needs to?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the difference between 11.86 and 9.38? Just in raw numbers?
2.48.
You're looking at just the difference between those two?
Subtract
Okay.
9.38.
2.48.
Told you.
Does that mean there's a 2.48 pound differential between the statistical estimate arm, the heavier arm, and the 9.38 arm from the hybrid 3?
Yes, that's the difference in pounds.
All right. How would you calculate how much lighter? What's the proper way to calculate how much lighter, in terms of percentage, the 9.38 arm is?
You would want to do a percent difference calculation.
Divide 2.48 by 11.86?
Sustained. What's the form, Mr. Jackson?
How would you
Damn
tell the
it.
jurors how you would calculate that
Ignoring
percentage
my
difference?
vices, I shouldn't laugh
You
at
would
that.
you would subtract the 11.86 minus the 9.38, and then you would divide by the sum of those two and divide by 2, the average of them.
Can you do that calculation?
All
Yes.
right, while they math, ignoring my vices, which I'm guessing is Brandon. Hey, Marissa, have you ever seen the movie about the little fishy with the C word? Finding Chemo? That's actually pretty funny.
It's pretty good. But then I feel really bad and I'm going to have to donate to like a Make-A-Wish kid. Damn it, Brandon. I can't afford to be charitable to get out of hell.
Like, you're not going to hell because of a fish.
That's what Jonah said. Just say.
And he was spit out.
Yeah, but then God made him go to Nineveh, and then he found one shady part, and God was like, I'm sending a worm to cut off your shade. Never quite understood that story because he ended up doing the right thing and he still got screwed. Possibly why I got taken out of Bible class for asking why.
Why was
Okay.
he punished?
And what's the number?
23%.
Yeah, it was like he did okay.
Not
later.
26%?
Sustained.
Is 23% smaller or larger than 26%?
Sustained. Let's move on from that, Mr. Jackson.
Bev.
Oh, God.
What is the number that you get if you were to divide 2.48 by 11.86?
I want a
0.21.
budget.
In percentages?
21%.
Thank you. Was
Marissa, what's the difference between a fridge and a butthole? The fridge doesn't fart when you pull the meat out.
Terrible.
You're welcome, y'all.
Terrible.
Someone has a a fancy Bosch. I see how you are. You know.
Fancy Bosch.
the
It's a
hybrid 3 arm
GE.
21% lighter
Thank you.
by that calculation than the 11.86 estimate arm?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Brennan asked you several questions related to kinetic energy formula, correct?
Correct.
You referenced that. Did you reference that formula in some of your answers?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You may approach.
Okay. And
Oh, you're not looking at it.
And we're back.
yeah, that's the beauty of
Who is the gal next to the grieving weirdo?
I don't know. I think they hire
'Cause
seat
she has a-
fillers.
She has a bold underlined face like I do.
She looks like Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
You know, she does. Look, being the governor of Arkansas is hard. So she's like, I'm going to the Karen retrial.
Who are half of these people?
These are all, like, there's a lot of new faces over there.
Yeah.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You're looking at something that's been identified, a document that's been identified as 3 X's, XXX. Do you recognize that? Oh, you're not looking at it.
Not yet.
You see it now.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
It is the formula for kinetic energy.
With that, Your Honor, may we display the formula? We don't have to cut the lights. I think it'll be very obvious.
Yes.
Can we bring the lights back up and see if that's visible?
So they shut the lights off.
I need to run to a meeting that I forgot about.
What do you got to do?
I got to run to a meeting.
Oh, right on.
We are.
Paula, do you want to
15
pull it
minutes
up or?
behind. Yeah, somebody.
I forgot. You told me, Marissa. I forgot.
I forgot too, but I just got a notification like, "Hey, you're late."
Oh,
Oops.
crap.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
No, I don't want day one. Who wants day one of this stupid trial?
Actually, Mo, you have premium, right?
Yeah, let me,
Might be better for you.
yeah, and where are we at?
She said like
think it's
15
like-
minutes behind.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right after a
60 now,
sidebar.
probably. Are you good?
Okay, and I'm boosting it as much as I can.
Material difference. With the weight of the arm, at 2.48 pounds.
Okay,
That have a material difference.
I will be back.
Okay.
Sounds good.
No.
Why is that?
Well, to start, that's one of the reasons why we went above and beyond the 24 miles per hour to impart significantly more kinetic energy to the arm. So if you look at that equation, it's a quadratic equation because you're squaring the velocity.
Ooh.
So if you
Quadratic formula.
double the velocity, you quadruple the amount of kinetic energy. So you get a significant increase in small changes in speed because of that speed differential.
Did you do a test with just the hybrid arm contacting the taillight at 24 miles per hour?
Yes.
Did you also do a test with that hybrid 3 arm contacting the vehicle at 29 miles per hour?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about those 2 tests. Okay? Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at? I want to start with going from left to right. What does the E sub K mean in that formula?
So that stands for kinetic energy, which is the amount of energy that an object has when it's in motion and has a velocity to it.
What is the 1/2 on the other side of the equal sign?
Just a constant.
And what does the M, as in Mary, stand for?
So that would be the mass, in this case, the mass of the arm.
And what's the V, as in Victor?
That would be the velocity of the arm as it's accelerated.
Why is there an exponent at the top of the V?
Because you're squaring that. So you're basically multiplying the velocity times itself. So it'd be velocity times velocity.
Is this a formula that's traditionally used in accident reconstruction?
Yes, it's very common.
Is it sort of one of the foundational formulas? When did you learn this formula?
Probably back in high school physics.
Good
I'm going
answer.
to ask you.
No one likes to show off. Some of us didn't get past geometry. Stop being so damn show off. They're over here like talking about all these letters, and I'm like, oh hell, nope, no.
If anybody can brag about their math ability, it should be Dr. Wolf. Let's be
Well,
honest.
yeah. And to be fair, Miss Fleener, I was right. I've never used trigonometry in my real adult life, so bite me. But you did a good job trying to teach me math, and I understand that it was an insurmountable, thing. So thanks for at least trying.
Mo's math
mind
wasn't math.
To walk the jurors through a calculation.
I could have been an expert
dealing
at
with the
aperture. Let's
24
just put
mile
it
an
that
hour
way.
test using the 11.86 pound statistical arm as an assumption of the weight of the arm.
Okay.
You
Your Honor,
understand?
may I have a pen and paper to write?
May I approach you on our? Yes.
So
I
let me
love
show
that he's
my work.
I have a
asking.
pad here too, if whatever's easiest.
Whatever's easiest.
Ooh, and he's doing math in pen. He's confident. Look, I'm amazed at people that can do math. I'm jealous, but I'd love to be able to see the world the way they
If
do.
you assume the mass of 11.86, that's
There's
the
no room for
statistical arm
interpretation. It's all either yes or no. So it's
and you
Just like
assume
spelling.
The V for velocity is
Sort of.
24 in miles per hour. I don't
until you
care
get
about
to
the
like
units, Doctor.
there, and there.
Just assume 11.86 and 24.
Then it's multiple choice.
Can
Oh,
you
I forgot. I
calculate
can't
this
pull up comments.
quadratic equation?
Yes.
Hey guys, if you guys send a super chat or anything, I will star them. So when Marissa gets back, she can pull them up. We aren't ignoring you. I will try to read them, Brandon, as much as I can. But I did just realize that when I was trying to pull up a comment. So we are seeing your comments. Thank you for them. I just can't pull them up.
I don't think she's going to be gone on.
What do you get? I want to do it step by
No.
step. What's the result of
She's got to be
squaring
back before lunch
24?
because we can't shut down the stream.
So
either.
again, you're not concerned about the units.
I do not want to talk about units.
Just okay.
If you mention the
either.
word joules, my head will explode.
That's I didn't know if you wanted Newton meters, foot pounds. Okay.
Stop it.
So just 24.
Oh my God, physics, bromance already. Oh my gosh.
He said,
I
"Stop
feel
it
like
immediately."
I feel like we just need the line, did we just become best friends from Step
That's
Brothers?
funny. That's funny.
Thank you, Jackson, because Hank was annoying the crap out of me. And thank you,
Empire.
Empire.
Math scares me. Words scare me more. Lol. That makes sense.
We stick with colors over here and shiny things.
Squared
Correct.
is 576.
Do you always, in this calculation, do you always use the exponent first? Do you always do the square first?
Sustain.
What's the first thing that you do in solving for this equation?
You would want to
Exponents
square
are
the
always
velocity,
first.
but it's ultimately all going to be multiplied. But yes, you would square the velocity, multiply by itself.
What's the next step after you get 576?
Again, assuming we're not concerned about units, you would multiply by the 11.86.
Can you do that for me and tell
KLF
me the
nailed
answer?
it. PEMDAS.
Oh,
How
yeah.
many decimal places do you want?
Parentheses.
Nearest whole number?
2.
Okay.
Something with an E.
6,831.36.
What's the next step?
Valhalla, the math I use is creative, like floating a check, is how I explained to Mr. Mo that he actually bought me some stuff at Dollywood for my pre-birthday.
Accidentally. Oops.
Yeah.
Order of
so-
operations. Parentheses,
I remember
exponents,
order of
multiplication,
operations.
Division, addition, subtraction.
Please excuse my dumbass sister.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
I think it was something else, but that's what I made it. And I
It
didn't have a
works.
sister at the time.
Even better. Nobody got
I know.
offended.
Now I do have one, so I probably should apologize.
Once you get that number,
You would multiply by 1/2 or 0.5.
can you do that for us, please?
200 and something. I forgot what he said.
That'd be 3,415.68.
What does that represent in terms of the energy into the taillight? I realize that we're not dealing with the proper units, but does that represent anything as it relates to the energy that's imparted on the taillight?
That would be the energy to the arm
Okay,
that's being transferred.
understood. 3,415.68, is that right?
Correct.
And that was at what mile per hour?
24.
Let's move to a different equation.
Okay.
Now I'd like you to presume different numbers.
What are you
Can you
objecting
calculate-
about, Brennan?
Do the same calculation using the 9.38 pound arm that you actually used in your testing for the mass?
Yes.
And can you use the velocity of the actual test you did of 29 miles per hour?
Okay. And same thing, not worried about units?
Correct.
Okay.
What's the first thing you do in solving that equation?
So if you square the 29 miles per hour, you will get 841.
What's the next thing you do?
You multiply by 9.38,
What's the number?
7,888.58.
And what's the next thing you do in the equation?
You multiply by 1/2 or 0.5,
And what's that final number?
3,944.29.
That would be the number or the amount of energy imparted on the arm at 29. Is that right? 29 miles per hour?
So ask it differently.
Sure. What is that 3,944.29 number? What does that mean in terms of the kinetic energy?
That would be the kinetic energy that the arm has if it were moving at 29 miles per hour and weighed 9.38 pounds.
One final calculation. What is the percentage difference between 39, 44, 29 and the other test that we just did, or the other calculation, 34, 15, 68?
Well, Valhalla, call me crazy, but I think ARCA
Crazy.
is going to use crash dummies that have, arms within the statistical variant of,
Yeah.
most of the population.
Yeah. They're going to use the industry standard because that's what they do. They don't paint themselves blue and say close enough.
Well, and statistically, I'm guessing the switch or the difference in the percentages of the kinetic energy is not going to be so much that it goes to a different level of injury. So, like, his arm's not going to turn to powder, at 29 miles,
No.
or if it's heavier or lighter. Why are we doing all this math? Brennan, I hate you. I hate you. I come back and there's math, and I love Dr. Wolf. He's making it not confusing, but he's still using all these numbers.
I think it's mostly just to prove Hank's an idiot.
Well, yeah, I get where he's going with this and all of that, but I'm more pissed off at Hank because these are not good questions.
So in terms of a percent difference, again, when you're subtracting the two and then dividing by the sum divided by 2, so that's basically the average of the sum, it is 14% difference.
I was pretty close with 15. Or what did I say? 18? I
Which
said 18. I
Of the
lied.
two tests the two energy equations that you just did, which represents the higher kinetic energy imparted to the arm? The 24-mile-an-hour test, that's the hypothetical, or the actual test at 29 miles an hour? Which one?
The 29 mile per hour speed with the arm weight of 9.38.
What does that mean, Dr. Wolf, in terms of the testing that you did with the lighter arm?
Brennan's an idiot. That's what it
9.38
proves.
pound arm at the 29 mile an hour test as it compares to the hypothetical 24 mile an hour test?
It would be more force and more energy in the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Even though you used a lighter arm?
What was the objection for there?
And what was your opinion?
So I think he had made let's go back, but he basically said that the force was bigger using the light arm rather than the statistical arm. But we'll go.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he said. Brennan objected to the next question, which was essentially reiterating that point.
Okay.
And what was your opinion and conclusion as it pertained to the subject taillight using the 29 mile an hour test? What was your opinion and conclusion as it pertains to the subject taillight? Was that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw on the 29 mile an hour test?
It was inconsistent.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Oh, Lord.
Here we go.
Why am I against day drinking again?
You shouldn't be.
Oh, Hank, your hair is getting
May
Why
I,
is
Your
it
Honor?
moving so slow?
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, did you have a chance to speak to anybody from the defense this weekend
Not over the weekend, no.
after you left here Friday?
On Friday, I let them know that I was returning back home, and then I let them know last night that I had arrived, yes.
Did you receive any new information or have any conversation before you came in today?
No.
Now, when we asked you about weight last week, you did not go into any calculations about the difference between the standard arm, 11.86, and the 9.38, did you?
I don't believe we did, no.
In fact, when you testified last week, at the end of the day,
Brennan, you ulcerative colitis weeping sore of a human being. He did the calculations because you made it look like there was an enormous statistical difference between the force that would have been imparted through a statistical arm and the light arm. You are the one that forced us to go through math, you festering pink eye sore. I am so tired of you.
Well, he was just hoping that people would trust him when he started saying numbers.
True.
you were asked questions by Attorney Jackson about the weight of that arm, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the weight of the arm, Attorney Jackson asked you if you were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, about 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether you were aware whether anybody had measured the weight of John O'Keefe's right arm. And you responded, I'm not aware of that, no. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And then you were asked, when you asked questions about whether or not his arm was 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever just weighing just his arm? And you said no.
Correct.
And finally, you were asked, what is that based on, 11.8? Where did that come from? Remember what you said?
Yes.
I don't know. Remember you answered Attorney Jackson and you said, I don't know where that came from.
Right, referring to, I don't know what source you pulled that 11.8 from.
And so you were suggesting that that is just a number pulled out of,
Bev, can we get a objection? Again,
the
this is the
comments.
problem this is the problem that we've had a lot in this trial. Brennan doesn't understand these expertise. So he fundamentally either gets wrong or shades things wrong because he doesn't have an understanding of it. That's why Jackson, bringing up the fluid magic kinetic formula was appropriate because this is his wheelhouse and he gets it. So they can speak to each other and make it clear. Brennan doesn't have a comfort with this subject matter, so he continually misconstrues, either on purpose or not on purpose, all of this information. Because he's
It's
a
on purpose.
butthole.
It's on purpose.
Well, I try to not ascribe to malice what can be ascribed as dumbassery, but he is pushing my limits today.
Yeah, no, this is
And
one of
let's-
those situations where you can just blame dumbassery.
Yeah, and Legendary Racing, thank you for the super chat. 0.75x plus 18 equals 40 is the formula of the number of kids Mo could theoretically have, assuming she started at 18 and stopped at 40. See, I was good at multiplying, not so good at dividing, so we stopped that practice.
That's funny.
thin air, right? Was that a surprising estimate, 11.8 to you?
I don't know that it was surprising. I don't know what your source is for it.
Well, when you engage in accident reconstruction, you never just take somebody's limb and sever it and throw it on a scale, do you?
I'm not usually doing that part of the analysis.
What in the name of all that is unholy?
Is he going to try to say there's like a formula to come up with the weight of an arm?
Well,
And that,
but that's what he put forward in Cross, with the statistical arm. Again, oh my.
Analysis, no.
So when you're relying on body weight and different parts of the body, there is strong statistical studies that give you a guide, isn't there?
I would agree with that, yes.
Well, the number's just on the thin air. If you're doing a study and you have to figure out damage to an arm or a foot or a leg, and you
Hank, I think you're missing what he's saying.
or weight,
It's not that he doesn't understand how to come up with the number. He
I would
doesn't
agree,
understand
yes.
where you came up with the number.
Yeah, he's not arguing that 11.68 is a statistical, number that you put in. He just didn't know what reference you were using. I'm sure
Yeah.
there are, again, with the population changing, with some of us on Ozempic and some of us on Super Size Me, I'm sure that the statistical, weights have trended upwards. So I'm sure the statistics from 1974 wouldn't be the same as the ones we use now. Why is he such a... Why can't we skip through this?
you make it up out of thin air, you have to find a resource, a reliable, vetted resource. True?
I would agree.
And that's what you do.
In some instances, yes.
Well, in this case, you chose an arm that was 9.38 pounds. Where did you get the support that the 216-pound, 6'1" man would have an arm that weighs 9.38 pounds? Where did you get that from?
Well, it's conservative from the standpoint, if you think about one of the equations we talked about last week, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So if we take the acceleration data from our test and we multiply it by a lighter mass, the 9.38 pounds, it's less force to the arm. So now if you want to increase the mass of the arm, you're now talking about a greater net force to the arm. So it's conservative from a force perspective.
Put aside your story about the force perspective. My specific question.
What in the name? He's like, putting aside your made up, math. The earth is flat. These are not like formulas he made up out of. Look, this made up formulas is what Mo would do. This man is an actual doctorologist and went and did all the math, and he does math for fun. The fact that he's like, well, that formula, whatever you're talking about.
Sorry.
And thank you, Lesko. What do you think that weighs, Hank? We have what we like to call a butt ton as the metric level of smug that this man has. He is going to become a black hole and just, collapse in on himself with smug.
So it's sustained. Ask the question differently.
I'll ask you again, Doctor. Tell us where you got the 9.38 pound value from when considering a 6'1", 216 pound man. Where did you get?
Valhalla,
Do you think they
remind
custom
me,
make? Go ahead.
did Dr. Welcher measure his arm? Because some people have
No.
longer arms, shorter torsos. I have a very foreshortened torso. So high-waisted stuff might as well just be a tube top for me. But there are going to be differences. I mean, they again used a dead man cosplayer. Did they weigh his arm?
What he's trying to do is he's trying to make it sound like the arms were like custom weighted for the crash test, right? They
No.
don't have that many options, you guys. There's only a few options in arms, I would assume, per, I'm sure they got like little kids dummy arms. That's sad to think about. But anyway,
Yeah, but
it's
I'm
not
sure
like,
they have
it's not like they custom built this arm to match John O'Keefe's specifications. They use the arms that are available.
It's also not, again, they're going to have kind of different dummies to represent different populations. And do you think that they would work for the Department of Defense if they just picked up an old mannequin from Target? And I think Baker got a super chat. Let me read that out from Zach. Oh,
not many people know when John was allowed to excuse me, let me start that over. Not many people know John was allowed to rename the kids when he took them in. The girl he named Denise, the boy, DeNephew. That's pretty good. That'll get you a chuckle.
That is pretty good.
There's a Monday morning dad joke for you.
Hey, I like dad jokes better than my mom's going to be real mad at me if I say that. And that should not be a motivator, but it is.
But
I'm working on myself.
Get that from so you could be statistically accurate.
It is the mass of the hybrid 3-arm. We saw the photograph that depicted the weight. Again, how you account for that when you're doing the force calculations is you would utilize the acceleration data that we measured, and then you would apply a different mass, in this case, a heavier arm. And I will note, it's the same thing that Dr. Welcher did in his drop test with the hybrid 3 head. He ultimately measured the acceleration of the head, and then to calculate the force, he adjusted the mass of according to Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of his head.
So for the third time, I'm
There
going
you
to
go.
ask you just a very simple question. Dumb it down for me if you can, okay, Doctor? Where
No one can dumb anything down more for you. If I can vaguely understand this, I'm sure you're just hearing circus. This man is so condescending for someone who doesn't understand this. I don't often pray that God smite someone, but I wouldn't mind seeing some lightning today.
did you get the source? So legitimize
Where's Zeus when you need him?
I know.
pound arm for a person that's 6'1", 216 pounds. Where is your source to say that arm is validated for use for that size man? Where is that?
Again, it's the weight of the ATD arm. That is what the 50th percentile arm weighs. As I mentioned, in our field, it's accepted to utilize the acceleration data, and then you adjust the force based upon an increase in mass.
Is that your answer?
Okay, let me see if I've got
Yeah.
this correct, because so basically they use these statistical 50th percentile arms, and it's common practice to then go back and do more with better charts or
Math.
maybe more information to either upwardly adjust or downwardly adjust the mass. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. They use the arm that's commonly in the middle of the field or whatever, right? So
Okay.
of all the adults polled or whatever, this is the average size arm. And then you can just do a little math equation and kind of adjust it
Okay,
from there.
that's what I was gathering, and I wanted to make sure I was understanding it because this isn't my field of expertness. Why is Hank so confused? Again,
He's
if
not.
I
He's
who
trying to confuse
failed
the jury.
all the things. Okay. And then,
Hi, everybody.
Marissa, we are
Hi, Marissa. Welcome back.
26 minutes behind. We are epically failing, but that's because Hank is stupid.
If you would
In my
like,
defense.
we found a picture that you can share.
Oh, I have to take this down.
Oh, Mo's got control. There you go. Moisture equals
Nice.
high. That's all that matters.
Did we get
Fair
through
point.
these super chats?
They
We
didn't get
talked
pulled
about
up,
him.
but
I
they got
couldn't pull
read.
up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Math scares me. Words scare me more.
And
Lol.
then 0.75 times 18 or plus 18 or equals
0.75x.
40 is the formula of, look,
That's not
again, there's a
multiplication.
reason I failed out of this.
There was
The number of kids I could
multiplication sign.
theoretically have. Look, math stopped making sense when they added letters to it. I thought we had
algebra.
segregation of math
It's
and letters.
basic
but no.
algebra, Mo. Basic algebra. Good Lord. Okay, go ahead.
I told you I was good at multiplying, not at counting or the, algorithm method. I know it's rhythm method.
What you think that way? What you think that way is, Hank? What you talking about, Willis?
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
I still like that one. That was good, Zach.
It was a nice palate cleanser. I will say
was.
Hank Brennan's absolute insufferability is inversely related to the time that you are gone, because he is probably the same smarminess that he's always been, but my level of being able to deal with him is greatly diminished.
Yeah. Did I miss anything epic?
Just
Basically,
Hank's an idiot.
well, they went through the road rash and they went through him explaining the difference, which turned out to be about 14%, with the difference between the statistical average arm and the hybrid arm that they used on redirect. And then Hank opened up his with, did he talk to the defense? I bet he talked to the defense.
Oh gosh.
And he's
yeah.
like, yeah, I told him I was leaving, and then I told him I arrived again. So now we're
Gotcha.
Hank's being just an absolute dill hole.
They did run through the formula for velocity and whatnot, and basically prove that all Hank's points that he was trying to make about using the smaller arm and not having an accurate, test, it's all bullshit. Hank's an idiot. They did exactly what they were supposed to do, and then he mathematically proved that all of Hank's counterpoints were stupid too.
I will say that he explained it in such a way that even I understood it. And you missed a bromance moment, a physics bromance moment where Jackson's
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
stop. It was pretty Pride Month, if you ask me, but represent.
Thank you, Brandon. Marissa, when you come at the king, you best not miss. Okay.
She has 2 S's, Brandon.
Yeah, because you're spelling.
Difference of study
Are
you
we
can
back
offer us
here?
right now, do you?
I don't agree with that because, again, if you look how Dr. Welcher did it, he used the 50th percentile in his drop test with the head, and to calculate the force, he adjusted for Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of the head. Same thing is done in this instance with the lighter arm. We adjust for that in the calculations.
So you have one paper, one study. I know the answer to this, so let me ask. You have one paper, one study to support that it is appropriate to use the 50th percentile 9.38 arm for a person who is 6'1", 216 pounds. I won't ask you again, but if you can answer this once for me. Do you have one paper, one study?
So I'll take out the commentary. Can you answer that? Well, answer that question, please.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You have one paper. Give me a name, an author. One paper, one study that supports using a 9.38 arm, 50th percentile, when you're doing a crash test for somebody who's in the 95th percentile who weighs 216 pounds and is 6'1". One paper, sir.
I don't have a paper because Dr. Rentschler is addressing the forces and the injuries to the arm.
You talked about, however, would you come up with the number 11.8? Like it was something that is curious or foreign to you, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you confused how the number 11.8 would come up?
Dang it.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I'm not confused. I don't know your source for it.
When you do studies, would you agree that the head has a similar weight to the arm and that the weight of an arm would be about 5.48% of a person's body weight?
I'm sure that there's various studies out there that talk about that could be one particular study.
Well, let's talk about one study. What do you think? You're the engineer, you're the expert. When you're weighing an arm by percent, what is the percent of the arm of the total body weight?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head.
Well, if you don't know the percent of body weight of the arm compared to the whole body, how would you ever come up with a
That's
number
not his
for the arm?
expertise.
Didn't he
how
just
is
ask
that-
for like a particular study? Like he could know that and not know where it was cited. This
Yeah,
is
How
because
could
stupid.
that
he
be
doesn't
a-
know the methodology they used. Did they take a bunch of corpses? Did they ask people in the mall for $5? I don't know. I hate
I
him
find
so
it hard to
God.
believe that that's a constant also, right? Like there's no one universal size of an arm compared to body weight. If you look at my arm next to Baker's arm, for example, his arms are much, much larger than mine. And I would
Well,
argue
yeah.
a much different percentage of body weight.
Well,
It's a
not to
silly
mention,
line of questioning.
who came up with the head is roughly, the same weight as the arm. Again, didn't Welcher use an average statistical weight for John's head? It's not like they took it off and weighed it, to use Brennan's very crude sort of thing earlier.
Does that mean my bingo wings might make my brain bigger so that they have equal weight? I mean,
You
one
say
could
your
argue that.
bingo wings.
Yeah,
Hey.
you know.
The part that kind of we're working on. We got shake weights at
When
home.
you
We're
yell
working on it.
bingo, they jiggle.
What's a shake weight?
It's a great invention that I'm sending to your PO box. I think the goats would love it.
Outstanding.
I spent
Well, from the work that I've done with Dr. Rentschler in this case dating back to last year, it's my understanding that his calculation for the arm was approximately 11 pounds.
So you're relying on somebody else's study? You're doing an independent assessment
oh my God.
of the evidence, and you're relying on other people's math? Is that what you're telling us?
They
just
relied on
asked for it.
Shannon's math. Shannon with one N. He used his math. Do we really want to talk about whose math we use?
He's here to rebut that guy, you moron.
I hate this man so much. Why is this
I
so
do too.
difficult?
I don't agree with that because, as I've mentioned numerous times, Dr. Rentschler and I worked as a team on this case. You can't separate the reconstruction part from the biomechanical part. It's an integral part that works together on it.
Would you agree that the arm is about statistically vetted, that it's 5.48% of the total body weight? Would you agree with that?
It sounds about right, but again, I
Okay.
don't have the percentage off
So
the
if
top
you
of my
take
head.
5.48% of a 171-pound man, which is the crash test dummy you were using, the 50 percentile, what do you get?
You said 5.48%?
Yeah.
Just over 9 pounds.
Okay. Close to 9.38?
9.37.
Okay, now when you have 216 pounds, 5.48%,
11.8.
11.8. Sound about right, doctor?
By that calculation, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you had some...
Did he say that snarkily, doctor?
Yes, he did. Again, there's a reason that the defense brought in Alessi, and Jackson is the one that did this, particular witness. When you don't understand the subject matter that the expert has, how dare you condescend to him? He did math in his head. As far as I'm concerned, he gets a parade with decimal points.
Yeah.
I'm just glad Hobby Lobby has those cheat sheets when they say 50% or 70% off.
I'm going to slow that down and back up just because I need to hear like the actual tone
He has been
here.
pissy as hell in commenting.
11.8.
11.8. Sound about right, doctor?
By that calculation, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you had some confusion where I'd get that number from, this 11.8. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when I threw out that number, is that the first time you heard of that number?
The 11.8?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or 11? Is that the first time you heard of it from anybody, 11 pounds? Is that a new number to you?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you're saying that when Attorney Jackson asked you where did Brennan get those numbers from, you said, I don't know. Remember that on
Correct.
Friday? Do you know where I got the number 11 pounds from?
11.8 or 11?
11.
As I just mentioned, last year, I believe I testified in a previous proceeding that it was about 11 pounds.
Yes. Your testimony, 11 pounds. Your prior testimony, right? You
Yes,
testified before under oath in this case, didn't you?
correct.
And when you testified under oath, and you were giving a general estimate about the pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, based on your experience and your training, you said
Please
it was
consider
around 11
curse
pounds.
jar
Those are your words, right?
donations.
Correct, yes.
That might be
Yes.
necessary.
Right. You can't delete something that's under oath, right?
Sustained.
And so when you feigned confusion on Friday about this 11 pounds,
Sustained.
so when you answered questions last Friday about wherever this 11.8 pounds came from, you weren't so confused about that because you've used 11 pounds before yourself, haven't you?
Yes, but again, I don't know where you got that 11.8 from, so.
Well, we just did the math, didn't we?
Yes,
Okay. And you used a calculator to help you, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Calculator works?
Yes.
Okay. You said
Oh my
you wouldn't
gosh.
calculate the difference, but you did.
Argumentative.
And so what you just went through this exercise is you divided that difference, that 2.48 pound difference, right?
Correct.
And then you divided it by 11.86. Divide 2.48 by, from the 9.38.
Okay,
What percentage do you get?
26.
Would you agree with this statement about whether the arm and body weight, comparing the weight of the head to the arm, would you agree that the head and arm are actually almost identical because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight? So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that's about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
Sounds close
I
to
didn't do that
11.
calculation, so I
Didn't ask you. I'm asking you.
I hate him. Not you, Brandon. Thank you. No curse jar donations till we see some roosters and pizza casserole.
I can work on the pizza casserole, but I might
I
need
don't
to
know.
make.
What is pizza?
I'm going to need to
casserole?
get my
Isn't
I'm gonna
pizza
need to
a
make steaks.
casserole by definition?
the way. So the way I make pizza casserole is you can either use biscuits or pasta. I make my own homemade pizza sauce, and then you can add pepperoni or sausage or mushrooms or whatever. Put cheese on the top, and it cooks up like a pizza sub.
So it's just in a dish instead of a pizza pan.
Yeah. Now, if you're doing keto, you use eggs and stuff, but that's gross to me.
Yeah, that sounds gross. Okay.
If you would agree with that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So ask the question.
Does the arm weight weigh the same as the head? Or the arm does weigh the same as the head, almost identical because your arm, just one of the arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
I haven't done the calculation, but if the math checks, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree with this statement? The heavier the object, if it gets hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that is more mass than just 11
Wait.
pounds. So the
Is
acceleration
Brennan
is the same for
arguing
each body
a
part.
center
It just
mass
depends
and
on the
not a
weight of the
side
body
swipe
part.
now?
I don't know. Oh, buddy, I'm so
Well-
sorry for the pause game.
Well, he was
But yeah.
asking about if it hit center mass. Aren't we? Hasn't his position always been that the calculations were wrong because they didn't set it up as a side swipe, as much as they should have, or it was the wrong angle of trajectory? Or is he talking center mass of the arm? Thank you. P side. Marissa, how would you pronounce that? I feel so dumb.
Silence. I don't know.
Thank you. I was like, look, we already know I can't say names.
Than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body. Do you agree with that?
Objection.
I'm going to allow the question.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I think I described that a little bit earlier, is you would increase the mass, you multiply it by the acceleration, that's going to increase your force. Force is equal to mass times acceleration.
Amazing.
Right. So mass has a direct correlation to force. You agree?
Correct.
So therefore, the heavier the object, if it's colliding at the same speed, will create more force than a lighter object. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Correct, more force on the arm, yes.
So weight matters, doesn't it, sir?
Yes.
Force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get the same force. And so inevitably, you change the mass, you change the weight, same speed, it changes the amount of force.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. When you did calculations in this case, you never took the estimate of 11 pounds, although it didn't exactly calculate the 5.48. You never took that 11 pounds and determined the percentage difference between the mass in that arm and the mass in a 9.38 pound arm, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't include it in any of your PowerPoints.
No.
You didn't explain it to the jury that there's a difference in weight matters.
Again, that's something that Dr. Rentschler is going to discuss.
I'm asking you because you testified, you gave opinions, you got a PowerPoint. Did you
Look at this
explain to
smart.
the jury about the difference in force when there's a change in weight? When you did all your PowerPoint calculations, did you break it down for them?
Well, I think it was certainly stated. I mean, I know that we went over Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration, right? So if you increase that mass number, it will increase the force.
The answer to your question is his butthole.
I'm hoping that the power of Dolly vested in me by this super spectacular hat will keep my curse words down. Because Dolly doesn't curse. She's classy and rhinestoney. But I'm about to say,
When you were
okay,
putting up your
today, Satan.
PowerPoints with the speeds, did you explain to us that there's a difference when you change the mass, so that if you used a lighter arm, there would be a difference in force? Did you explain that to us in any of your slides?
I don't know that I explicitly stated it, but again, that's why we went up to 29 miles per hour to account for that difference in weight.
Were you trying to inflate the force for the speed of test so it looked like the collision had to happen at a faster speed to cause a certain amount of damage? Were you doing that intentionally?
No.
You didn't overstate the mass. You didn't use an arm that was 14 pounds. That would have created the opposite illusion, right? You used a weight that was lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's estimated arm.
Right, because again, it goes both ways. If you increase the mass of the arm, you increase the force on the arm. So there's going to be more force acting on the arm.
Let's talk about your studies with Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and his arm, and you gave some opinions about what you would expect for damage to his arm. When I asked you on Friday whether you had any support, any vetted journals, learned treatise, any support whatsoever about whether you should use a crash test dummy arm for these types of studies, you didn't have any support on Friday. Do you have any?
Now, do you want him to use a real arm? What kind of, what are you getting at?
Is he asking for ballistics gel and an actual mock-up of the entire human body? Again, these are statistical industry standards. It's not like, again, he went to Target and was like,
Looks about right.
I wish he would have held his own experts to that standard as well.
Yeah.
Right? These are all things that his experts didn't do, but he's claiming Wolf's in the wrong for also not doing it.
Is Dr. Rentschler an exact duplicate of John O'Keefe?
Not even close.
No, I mean, again, there would be differences in arm length, in dominance of arms. Was John O'Keefe a lefty or a righty? Was he ambidextrous? There are going to be so many different things. Did he pump weights but forget leg day? I mean,
Today that you can refer to.
No.
Putting aside the fact that you have absolutely no professional studies or journals to support that you should be using a crash test dummies arm for these type of tests, are you aware of the expert literature in this case that the opposite, you specifically should not use crash test dummies when you're trying to do this type of analysis on clothing and a person's body? Are you aware whether that exists?
I'm not aware of those studies, no.
As a inquisitive engineer, wouldn't you want to know if there was legitimate studies in your world, in your profession, that suggest or states that you should not be using crash test dummies to determine injury to the arm as far as lacerations? Would you want to know that?
I think, again, you're getting confused between my role and Dr. Rentschler. Can I finish, please?
No.
Okay, so, no comment?
No.
Answer the question, please.
I wasn't addressing the lacerations or the abrasions to the arm, sir.
You had photographs and you were opining that you would have expected or you would not expect there to be abrasions or cuts on that clothing in your test.
He said the clothing. clothing, not the skin. Tard.
and B, didn't you?
There were no holes or cuts in the material, no.
I understand, but you offered opinions. Didn't you offer to the jury an opinion that the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were inconsistent with your tests in A and B?
The cuts and the holes are inconsistent.
Sir, when you are assessing cuts and holes on clothing, you need to make sure the predicate as a basis that you're using the right properties, right?
I would agree with that.
And so if there was literature directing that you should not use a crash test dummy to assess injury on an arm, would you follow that instruction or would you do it anyways?
He's not.
Again, you keep saying injury to the arm. I was looking at what happens to the material when it makes contact with the tail light.
A crash test dummy's arm is harder than a human arm, isn't it?
Yes.
You push a human arm, it's like an indent. You can push in, can't you?
Yes.
And that property of pushing in.
Is Hank
if a
arguing
cloth is
that
on it,
crash
it is
test
easier
dummies aren't
for a
human?
cloth to
Yep.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Where am I? I haven't even opened one of my fun sodas and I already feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
Good grief.
I can't.
Has he been like this the entire time we were gone? I am so sorry,
Yeah.
Marissa.
Yeah. F Bev. I need more alcohol. Lol. Agreed. Agreed.
I'd willingly drink a whole thing of Malort if it would put me out at this point.
there
Oh, it would.
pushing in than if it's hard, isn't it?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, do you disagree with that?
Well, the hybrid arm is of vinyl flesh, so it's not rigid.
Do you disagree with what I just said?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. Human arm, softer than the hybrid, yes?
Yes.
When you push it, you can push in, much different than the hybrid arm, which is stiffer, yes?
I don't know what you mean by much different, but
Giggity.
there will be a difference, yes.
Well, is it a noticeable difference to you if you push a hybrid arm as opposed to a human arm?
Yes.
Thank you, Purple Jesus. Get the tar and feathers, folks.
Is he going to bring out a adult sculptural object to, explain that this is real flesh feel? Because, good Lord.
He's got some at home.
Well,
When you push a
yeah.
human arm, it indents, yes?
Correct.
And so if you push with cloth on, the cloth indents, yes?
Correct.
Which creates an easier tear in the fabric with less force if you can push in as opposed to a hard arm. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
So when you're replicating studies and giving opinions about a person's arm, a real person's arm, using a hybrid arm doesn't seem to be an appropriate standard, does it?
I don't agree with that because, again, when the taillight breaks in the test, the arm is now moving with that taillight. So it's, again, like we talked about on Friday, you'd somehow have to have those fragments accelerating at a greater velocity to penetrate that.
We're going to get to that, but I'm talking about the stiffness. Let's get back to the appropriateness of using a crash test dummy.
Giggity.
Now conceding that a human that pushes different than the crash test dummy, would you agree that a crash test dummy is not an appropriate tool to use when determining tears in clothing on somebody's arm? Would you agree?
I don't think I would agree with that, no.
When you used the crash test dummy in test A and B, that was the 5'9" dummy?
Yes.
When you considered tears to clothing, you bought a new sweatshirt that was similar to Mr. O'Keefe's, an extra large sweatshirt?
Don't know if I recall the exact size, but I think one of them might have been extra large.
And then you bought a second one that was medium. So when you used the smaller dummy, you weren't actually using Mr. O'Keefe's size of extra large. You used a medium sweatshirt, yes?
Yes.
Because it was a smaller dummy than the size of Mr. O'Keefe. That's why you needed a smaller sweatshirt, yes?
I think it was more or less just what we could get our hands on.
Well, you had an extra large and a medium. You didn't put the extra large on in test A and B, did you?
I don't recall off the top of my head what sizes were on each test.
Okay, could we show a picture of A to remind Dr. Wolf?
Thank you, Brandon. Hey, Marissa, how do you know you're in a gay bar? All the hot dogs taste like poo.
Dear God, what did I do to deserve hearing this sorry excuse of a humanoid? Forgive me my sins, oh Lord.
Yeah,
We're going to need
pretty
lights
bad.
and candles, y'all.
It's pretty terrible. When testing damage, one should only use a real human arm. Noted, Brennan. Thank you for volunteering. I'd be okay
Yeah,
with
right?
that. I'd be okay with
Let's
that.
see what happens to his head if we split it on a fire hydrant, too.
Well, again, his expert used the same things. He used a hybrid dummy and had to scale up because the dummy was, a shorter size. This is probably standard industry. Again, ARCA is hired by the NFL and the military. And I want to say at least the NFL really cares about its players. The military
NHL.
fixes things when enough
NA,
people get
yeah.
hurt.
Well, it's cheaper that way, Mo.
Fair point. I mean, E4s, you got a bunch.
Yeah.
Oh,
And while she's pulling that up, is there a difference between, see that tile that's blue? You see that's medium?
Yes,
So the blue ones you use for test A and B, correct?
correct.
The smaller crash test dummy than Mr. O'Keefe, the 5'9" crash test dummy, yes?
Correct.
And then when you use Randy and brought him into the scene, you used the extra large, the gray one.
Correct.
Right, so you used a different one because it was a smaller anatomical doll than the size of Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
We used different sizes. The material blend was the same.
This was new.
Correct.
The extra large you put on Randy was new.
Correct.
Did you consider the wear and tear on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, the extra large sweatshirt he was wearing
Oh,
that night?
please.
The wear and tear?
Yes,
There's more damage on the shirt on the dummy than there was on John. How would more wear and tear on John be a factor? It would, if anything, make the damage more prevalent in the testing.
Are we fat shaming Randy? Because I feel like I need to speak out because Randy is working hard. He was doing lunges and squats, and you see his legs quad damn. But where in the hell are we going with this? You got a small size shirt.
He's just trying to make it sound like their testing sucked, when in fact
his expert
testing
dressed
was
up like Blue Man
ridiculous.
Group. I can't with this man.
Let me
And
drop this
thank you.
dummy backwards on its head, and that's almost the same thing as getting hit
On
by
concrete, not even on
Lexus.
ground. His analog wasn't even hard frozen ground. Arca froze the tail lights to a consistent temperature. I mean, let's just get through
Thank you,
this.
Bad Duck. Brandon, you will never be the king of crude jokes. Give up, you sinner. What do you call Thank you, Brandon.
Both of the children on the panel found it hilarious.
That was
Marissa,
funny.
poor Marissa, she's in the Baker thing where Baker's like, I sent you all the links 3 months ago when we talked about this. And we're like, oh.
Yeah, we
Wear and
made a
tear.
lot of jokes in that
No.
chat.
Did you ever consider the differences between a brand new sweatshirt and one that had been worn?
No.
Had you ever had clothing, sweatshirt you used repeatedly, maybe put in the dryer, wears it down? Sometimes you can get holes more easily. Did you do any type of analysis on that whatsoever?
No, I'm no longer.
Any type of analysis whatsoever on the
Really?
age or whether it's stretched the same, anything
Look
like
at
that?
No.
No variables whatsoever on the sweater, did you?
No.
So he was supposed to have worn John's clothes for
Does it matter
the
whether or not the
equivalent time
sweatshirt
John
is
had
tighter or
them?
looser or how it fits the...
Yeah.
Yeah, did Dr. Welcher launder his clothes to the specific
Was Dr. Welcher
degree
wearing
of
an extra
laundering?
large or a 2X? Or has he got on the keto? Is he a medium?
I
body? Is that any part of your consideration?
what a
No.
dumb argument.
Have you ever done testing like this before for clothing?
In terms of impacting a taillight?
Yes.
No.
So this is the first time ever that you've done this type of analysis and offered an opinion in front of a jury on this.
Specific to impacting an arm with a taillight, yes.
Before you decided to come in and give an opinion, did you take
Oh.
any study or look at any journals on fabrics?
No.
Did you consider any of the variables that one would want to
did-
consider regarding fabrics before you came in and gave this opinion?
So
If he did, you would yell at him.
well, Hank does have a
Like-
point. Different fabrics react differently. So a cotton is going to tear quite easily, like something you would use for quilting, like a broadcloth. Now, I'm guessing that shirt, because it was a hoodie, is a 4-way knit fabric. Ladies, 2-way is when it goes side to side. 4-way is when you can stretch it every which way. So there is going to be a difference between, cotton and a 4-way weave, but it's not comparing apples to oranges. He's got the same damn shirt. Oh,
Thanks, Bad
God,
Duck.
Bad Duck. Giblets. Oh my God.
No.
Did it concern you when you were coming in to give a professional opinion about something you've never done before, whether or not you were studied in the area before you did it?
Well, I think I relayed my observations from the test, right? I certainly explained how we set up the arm, how the arm was closed. You all obviously saw the impact testing to the arm, so I'm relaying my observations from the test that we did.
Did it concern you that you were coming in to give an opinion on something you've never done before, and that you did absolutely no study on fabrics or any of other people's analysis on fabrics
No.
and cutting? Did that concern you?
No.
So you were comfortable just coming in with no experience whatsoever, without even studying or doing any research? You were comfortable to come in and just throw out an opinion?
No, again, and Dr. Rentschler is going to address part of this. Again, we worked as a team, so there's a synergy between the two of us.
Well, putting aside the synergy, you're the one on the stand under oath, yep?
Correct.
The other one testifying, giving opinions to this jury, yes?
Yes.
The other one asking them to rely on your experience and training, true?
Correct.
The other one asking them to rely on your judgment and your effort to be accurate, yes?
Yes.
So when you give the opinion, you have a personal responsibility to support that opinion. Putting aside Dr. Welcher or Dr. Rentschler, you have a responsibility for your opinion, don't you?
I would generally agree with that, yes.
Generally?
Yes.
When wouldn't you? When would not be general? Don't you have an obligation every single time you take the stand and give an opinion to be supported, valued, vetted?
Yes,
Every single time?
and again, Dr. Rentschler is addressing those abrasions and lacerations, which certainly correspond to the material.
Right. But you didn't wait for Dr. Rentschler. You offered a number of opinions to this jury. You personally, under your name, you came in and presented yourself as an expert in this subject. You, didn't you?
Correct.
So putting aside Dr. Rentschler, his opinions, do you stand behind your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that despite the fact you've done no study, no research, haven't vetted, and have no authority whatsoever?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can you pause it? Again, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of science and the scientific method. There is always going to be a first experiment. Marie Curie, didn't realize that she was going to invent X-rays and, fatally poison herself with radium. But she was the first one to do it. There's always going to be a first. He's probably going to write now a study about this, giving insight to other people, but there's always going to be a first test. This is so dumb.
What did the altar? That's not mine.
What did the altar boy say to the priest? Nothing. His mother taught him not to talk with his mouth full. Thank you, Brandon. Remember Mo's church lady character? She now has a name, and that is Marissa.
I always thought she was more of a Gertrude, but I'll try Marissa out.
Why was the Tower of Pisa leaning? Because it had better reflexes than the Twin Towers.
Yikes.
Thank you.
Rest in peace,
There's only one
Baker's
thing
channel.
There's only one thing that beats a girl with a great voice, and that's Chris Brown.
Jeez.
Jesus.
I don't know. I'd argue Diddy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, can we light a candle for Justin Bieber? I don't really like his songs or his music, but dang, he looks rough.
You wrote a report back on February 12, 2024.
Correct.
In February 12, 2024, do you remember talking about injuries to the arm and damage to the taillight?
Generally, yes.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember writing in a report, it is significant to note that the injuries have been classified as abrasions and analysis of the autopsy photographs indicates minimal bleeding or lacerations of the dermis?
So the report that you're referring to is a joint report authored by myself, Dr. Rentschler, and Mr. Scott Klein. So that would have been a portion drafted by Dr. Rentschler addressing the injuries.
I see. So in this report, it has your name, Dr. Rentschler, and another person, Scott Klein, yes?
Correct.
But in the report, none of you ever differentiate which opinions you're standing behind or somebody else's, right? I'll move on.
The objection sustained.
I'll move on.
The objection sustained.
Did you agree with that?
Bev.
Sustained.
Did you write or endorse these injuries would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover and the amount of force required to fracture the tail light cover?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
And have a great lunch, Wolfram. Thank you for all of your Modly Mod duties, keeping us on track.
His arm is no Ron Jeremy. It makes me happy that Marissa understood that joke.
He is so weird looking. I'm sorry.
You asked a question about
my God.
impact with the taillight.
He looks like a chode.
He's the hedgehog.
And in fact, in one of your answers to me today, you talked about
Things that make you
after
go,
a vehicle collides with
saw
a
him at a
pedestrian,
club in Hawaii
there's
once.
continued movement between the vehicle and the pedestrian, isn't there?
Correct.
Do
And
you
so
smell
while
like
glass
what I
that
think he smells
or
like?
plastic that shatters from a taillight might not impale
Just
clothes
Theo
of the
and
skin,
corn
would
chips.
you agree? If your dummy wasn't restrained, when the
Grinds.
Lexus collides with the dummy, there'd be continued contact for some time, extended contact between both the dummy and the taillight.
No.
No.
Well, the arm, as is demonstrated in the test, would be moving at roughly the same velocity as the vehicle.
Yes. And don't you think that the vehicle would continue to drag the arm until the body either was thrown or spun off? Would you agree with that?
At some point, they will separate, yes.
At some point, but before the at some point. What I'm asking is, at the collision, when you see all the taillights shatter, right, wouldn't the Lexus, if it continues at that speed, say 24 miles per hour, for example, it would continue to drag with that dummy's arm longer
Canton, though, man.
than is shown in those experiments because the dummy is restrained?
Technically, it's
So can you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you agree that if a Lexus is backed up at 24 miles per hour and hits the dummy's arm and the taillight shatters, if the dummy wasn't restrained and moved regularly, it would extend the contact between that shattered taillight and the dummy's arm? Would you agree with that?
It would move with the vehicle until it got pushed out of the way, just move to the side, yes.
So what you're saying is it would move with the vehicle but wouldn't touch the vehicle?
Well, in the one test, if you remember, because of the restitution effects, the arm reached a speed of over what the impact speed is. So in some instances, it actually might move at a speed greater than the vehicle.
Fantastic. In some instances, would it move slower and be dragged by the vehicle's broken taillight?
Dragged?
Yeah,
What?
I don't wanna say drag, push. How about we use the word push?
Did he just say, like, now the taillight is chomping with its teeth
Yes,
onto the arm and pulling it?
it's a bite and hold. It's a
a bite and
canine
hold
attack
valve.
light.
If it helps you visualize, think of a dog. Think of a dog.
Yeah, think of a dog.
Okay, but here's my question. I am immensely not smart in this, but he
She
hits
liked
his
that one.
arm. He hits his arm here, which would torque you around, and you'd probably fall back. I mean, again, you wouldn't hang on to the side of the car.
Well, according to Hank, it will drag the arm. The arm will be drug.
If it drug
don't
the
know
arm,
how
the
long.
arm would be pulled out of socket. If you have 6,000 pounds pulling on that joint, you're going to lose an arm. Am I wrong?
No. No, you're not wrong at all.
Thank you, Brandon. What do you call sweaty boob? Human titties.
It's pretty good.
Humidities, titties. I like it. I'm going to
Humidities.
steal that because after walking in Dollywood, we got a lot of.
Yeah, you messed that one up too. Oh God.
Pushed by the broken taillight. Could that happen?
The arm would move with the taillight until it moves out of the way.
So you're saying it would move with or faster, but never would slow down where it gets pushed by the car?
It can't. It would.
It's moving with the vehicle, sir. I don't
Oh
understand
my
your
God.
question.
If it goes slower than the car, then the car is it's gonna take the same space. It can't physically move slower than the car because there's a car there.
Yeah, and aren't.
Two matters can't occupy the same space.
Well, no,
Yeah.
and it's now being moved with the whatever newtons and gravity forces of a 6,000 pound car, plus probably, the bounce forward. So he's. God dang it. Y'all are about to make me watch damn NASCAR to get away from this.
He didn't get spliced like a Harry Potter.
You said it moved the vehicle, sometimes it moves even faster, suggesting space between the broken taillight and the arm. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Correct.
So it can move with, it can move faster. Can it ever move slower and the vehicle pushes and drags against the arm?
I mean, it might be able to move a few miles per hour if it doesn't have as much of a center of mass hit, but it's still going to move out of the way because it's on a joint.
I understand, but before it moves out of the way, could it be pushed by that broken taillight? That's the simple question I'm asking you. Could it be pushed by the broken taillight?
Just moving adjacent with the taillight, just moving along. Yes.
If the tail
you
light
agree
didn't
with this?
break, but
If you have an arm struck at 25 miles per hour, significant more damage that taillight shatters, hits and moves forward into arms. Parts of taillight pushed into arm as vehicle pushes forward and pushes arm out of the way. So the word push, would you agree with that general characterization that the broken taillight can, in fact, push the arm? Would you agree with that?
Generally, I guess, again, it would move with the vehicle, the arm together.
Not move with. I'm asking you if you would agree about pushing. Would you agree with that?
Like a tush push?
As long as we're on the same page about it, it's pushing the arm, but it's with the vehicle. They're moving together. So, but in essence, yes, the arm is being pushed due to the fact that there's a force on it.
And the pushing could have that arm in contact with the broken pieces of the taillight if the taillight broke, correct?
Just moving at a common velocity.
The operative word here is push. And so you would like to agree with me, you could disagree with me.
your word.
Can the broken taillight
okay,
push?
Why does he have to be so, like, is he just going to be allowed to nail onto this until he agrees?
well, the problem, it's the same problem he had with Dr. Russell. Her use of the word superficial meant something completely different than his term of superficial. So she simply meant that it didn't get into the muscle section or cut the fascia around the muscle. It stayed superficial or in the dermis. He's using force instead of, or push instead of, and I hate this. The fact that I finally understand physics and Brennan is already confusing me. Damn it.
Bad Duck, thank you. When Miley Cyrus is naked and licks a hammer, it's art and music. But when Lesko Brandon did it, he's wasted and has to leave Home Depot. Facts. Facts.
Yeah. He's gonna go
100%.
he's gonna go jump into that pond in Cabela's.
The arm, so it contacts and provides force against it. Could that happen?
Yes.
When you were showing those photographs today regarding test F, now you use Randy in test F, right?
Correct.
How tall is Randy?
He's 6 feet.
And he weighs 200 pounds?
Correct.
So still 16 pounds less than Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
Correct.
And you keep referring to Randy as a crash test dummy. Randy's no dummy, right? He's a mannequin.
He is, but he signifies.
Justice for Randy, Brennan. I stand with you. Randy is not a dummy.
Hashtag
hell is
Randy's
this?
no dummy. Randy's no
Hashtag-
dummy. Good
What
grief.
is today? Holy God, what is this case? Bev, if you don't dismiss this case
Basically, what
right
happens when you
now-
have 200 pounds of mass striking the rear of that vehicle?
I don't want to misrepresent Randy. He's not a crash test dummy, is he?
Well, it wasn't used for biofidelic purposes. It was to, again, what happens when you have 200 pounds of mass strike the vehicle?
So when you've been referring to Randy as a crash test dummy, you don't mean to do that. That's a misnomer, isn't it?
I don't know that I agree with that.
So you think that Randy is a crash test dummy? He's a certified, approved crash test dummy.
No, and I think I made it very clear that there is no instrumentation on it, right? And one of the reasons why I mentioned that is those ATD dummies are $150,000, so we're not going to risk impacting it with the Lexus and destroying that.
I can understand the cost analysis for you, but I want to be clear. He's a mannequin. It's used by firefighters and drills pulling a body, dead weight, out of a house to replicate certain scenarios. That's what Randy was made for, yes?
He can be used for those, yes.
Right. He's not a crash test dummy in the parlance of a legitimate, studied crash test dummy, is he?
I don't agree with that because, again, we use that type of dummy in all different types of tests.
There's an H395M PED, which most closely replicates John O'Keefe's size and body, isn't there?
Correct.
You didn't have that when you did your test, did you?
No.
When you do crash tests, you can put a magnetic control on the crash test dummy, so upon impact, it releases and is thrown. You could do that, couldn't you?
That is one way, yes.
Right. So that way you don't have to put the dummy on a forklift, and then it creates a different scenario than real life, correct?
That could be one way that you could do it, yes.
It doesn't impede any roll or drag when the dummy's hit. That's one reason you would do that rather than a forklift, yes?
Correct.
Why didn't you do it, Hank? My God.
Well, again, they gave their company $400K. You're telling me they couldn't have bought this $100,000? What the hell did they do? Because all I saw was a PowerPoint destined to give me a cluster migraine.
Yeah. Can we just say that Karen Reed doesn't have that kind of money? Also, thank you, Brandon. What's the difference between my dad and Bad Duck? My dad always returns when he goes for a walk.
Terrible. Terrible. Tammy Fayette gifted 1 Valhalla Awaits membership. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Phoenix. Welcome to the Goat Herders. You have access to awesome new emojis like Fluffy.
Thank you, Lefty. Hank, would you agree that the best part of you dribbled down your mother's crack? I would agree with that.
I would too.
Yeah, can you imagine he was the sperm that won?
Ugh.
Talk
Yeah.
about a participation trophy.
Special.
Also, it might show some
Didn't have
throw,
to
which
wear
could
his
lead to
helmet
other type of
today.
damage like holes in clothes, yes?
Correct.
But you didn't use the magnet, you used a forklift.
Because again, the purpose of the test was to evaluate, we talked a lot about those time frames, right? That 10 millisecond window. It's to look at, from the vehicle damage perspective, what happens to the taillight, right, in that interaction. And then ultimately, what is the acceleration that the arm experiences in that 10, 15 millisecond window, right? What happens 1 second after, 2 seconds after? Again, that wasn't of concern for me in my analysis.
You didn't use a magnet, you used a forklift, right?
Correct.
And when Randy went for a ride, you didn't expect him to break off the string and slide across the street, did you?
We didn't expect him to.
You didn't expect him to be thrown. You didn't expect the string on the forklift to break and then Randy to go flying. You didn't expect that, did you?
Oh, I certainly expected that.
So you expected a throw with that.
Yes.
And the street has hard concrete and has a lot of irregularities to it, doesn't it?
It's asphalt, yes.
Wait a minute. So
And the
the ground
photos
is
that you
now
were showing
not
today-
concrete?
Now the ground is soft.
Now the ground is soft and
Well, it's grass.
we don't know how
The grass bit them. Didn't you know?
God, but I thought it
you
was
missed that
frozen
last week.
permafrost from
He
the
opined
tundra.
something about the grass before, didn't he?
Maybe.
Well, didn't he say something about grass stains and how he had to have flown across the lawn to get the grass stains?
Mm-hmm.
Also, why is the laminated shirt thing still there?
I don't know, but I find it a little sus that they put that thing in plastic.
Right.
I
Did
just wanted to
examination
fly on the
that
wall
last
when they
defense
went to
showed them to you during
Lowe's.
The
Yeah.
direct examination? Any of those?
No.
Ms. Gilman, can you pull up that last exhibit with Randy on the ground?
You're
I think it's
disgusting,
exhibit
Brandon.
221.
Don't put Randy on the floor.
And so this is Randy, right, doctor?
Yes.
Zoom in a little bit, please. What's that red thing near his shoe?
Appears to be a fragment of the taillight.
Can you zoom out? Could you go back an exhibit to the one before? Could you zoom in? Did you see any taillight fragments on his body or in his clothes?
I can't tell from here.
Could we have the exhibit before, please? Can you tell from here?
Yes.
You are such a dick.
And finding taillight fragments on the clothes after a collision, that's not unique, is it?
Unique? No, it's possible.
Well, according to this, it's probable, yes?
In this test that did occur, yes.
Could we have exhibit
But
201D,
that's
please?
not the same. The pieces in his clothes were microscopic.
Do you know what this is, doctor? Did you see this picture in your analysis?
Stop saying your
Don't know if I recall that
analysis.
specific photograph.
Do you know this is taillight shards found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you consider this photograph during your analysis before you gave your opinions regarding cuts and tears and
To be fair, that looks
lacerations?
like vomit
No, sir.
and a
Take that down,
popsicle.
please.
But it's
Or a
also, it
lollipop.
was on the floor in the hospital. It wasn't
When
a
you did your
bag
analysis,
in
did you know
Yuri's truck.
that a drinking straw was found on the concrete on the street in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't know if it was on the concrete, it might have been on the asphalt, but I do recall a drinking straw, yes.
Did you know that there was a glass found near Mr. O'Keefe? Could you put that up, please, Cindy?
Objection. Sustained.
Wait a minute.
Did
Valhalla,
you-
can you pause? You've worked in bars, and I've not really been in bars, but those swizzle stick stirrers are more for the tall glasses, right? Not like a rocks glass? Because wasn't that what they found? Kind of a shorter.
No, the little ones are usually the ones they put in like rocks glasses. They usually just use a regular straw for the taller glasses, from my
Okay.
personal experience.
And
Well,
are they
I'm not
trying to
a-
say that like he ended up in the street behind him and then got up and like crawled into the yard?
I guess I would think he would have to, right? Like maybe that's what they're going to try to write off the 80 steps that he walked while he was checking his phone.
Because this
Maybe that's
seems
what
to be
they're
like
claiming.
another whole new theory.
Well, and I thought Dr. Welcher was going to explain how those 84 steps were actually him being flung back. I don't remember him even getting into that very much.
He didn't. Thank you, Brandon. How do you know when a mechanic has a girlfriend? He has 2 clean fingers. You're disgusting.
That's funny.
Bad Duck, what happens if Lesko with walks into a wall and breaks his nose? Oh my God.
Oh no!
Beautiful.
Oh no!
Thank you for that.
Oh no! That oh no!
You talked about
Terrible.
cuts and injuries. Did you?
He didn't. That was Dr.
Sustained. Sounds
Rentschler.
like it's beyond the scope.
Very well.
Very well.
When you did test D, did you say the peak acceleration was 780 Gs?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Page 11 of your report.
I think I lost an exhibit.
I'm like angrily filing my nails.
Yeah, I usually don't get so ticked off by him. I find him amusing with his snarkiness and stupidity, but today he's making me
Okay.
snappy.
Is that what you described it as?
For test D,
Yes.
the acceleration of, we talking about the hand,
Yes.
780 Gs, yes.
780 Gs. Okay.
Okay.
When you did your comparison before you gave your opinions, you showed us a scuff on the exemplar vehicle, photo 77.
Objection.
Beyond the scope, Mr. Bennett.
A few more questions, Dr. Wolf.
Thank
You
God.
showed us holes in
It's a
Randy's
lie.
sweatshirt from Test F. You remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about what you would or wouldn't expect in a collision as far as holes. And did you say something like that was inconsistent
Giggity.
with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
That's what you said on redirect, right?
correct.
Okay. Did you consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt separate from the holes in the arm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. When you were making that opinion about consistent or inconsistent, did you ever consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt other than the right arm?
Well, I know that there was cutting to the,
May I approach you and retrieve the exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, show us on that plastic pile of poop.
Oh my God, he's getting the laminated shirt. Why?
Did you ever look at the back of the sweatshirt to see if there was any holes to the back of the sweatshirt other than the right arm when you formed your opinion?
I don't recall.
Now the taillight bit him in the back?
Take a look at the back. You see other holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
It's all scrunched up.
It appears I see
Yeah.
one hole.
It looks like it
Let me get a
slid
little
down
closer
in
so you
the
can get a better
little thing in the plexiglass.
I'll direct you to here.
Also,
here, here,
Brennan
here.
just negated his
You see more than one
argument with
hole
the
in
back
of Mr.
hole.
O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
Crap,
Yes.
that didn't sound right.
Yeah.
But because of wear and tear in everyday life, maybe he caught it on. I have a terrible problem when I'm going through doorways and I misjudge my, point in space, and I catch my shirt on either a door handle or that little doohickey the door handle goes into. So
You have no concept of when that hole got to that shirt, how it got to that shirt, if it happened on the floor of the ambulance, on the floor of the hospital, in the back of Yuri's truck, on the table outside of evidence collection for the 5 days that it sat there to dry off, because everybody knows it takes 5 days for a t-shirt to dry off. And or it could have happened anytime John owned the shirt.
Yeah, not to mention, again, I don't think he had access to the shirt. He might have had pictures, and from what I've seen, they really focus on the front of the shirt. They don't so much focus on the back of the shirt.
Right.
All of this is dumb.
It's really dumb.
Thank you, Brandon. I love to drink. Always have, just don't know why. Even when I was a little baby, I would climb out of my crib every morning and crawl over to the liquor cabinet and spend time with my parents. That's good for you, bud. Good for you.
Family bonding.
And Bad Dog.
Starting to understand why you like to drink.
Why so mad, bro? Lol.
Oh gosh.
As I age, I'm sure my hole is smaller. Sorry, not sorry. PMSL. Outstanding.
It's not Friday, guys. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, look, we had Hank yelling out, "Randy is no dummy."
Stop calling Randy a dummy. He's no dummy.
Look,
He's
today is Friday in
Randy's
spirit.
Randy's no dummy.
That might be the best line Hank has ever uttered.
Family time is important. That's funny.
When you were forming your opinions that the collision would be inconsistent to damage to Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well, in looking at those holes, they're inconsistent with road rash. And again, to get those kind of holes, you have to have prolonged sliding contact on a rough surface.
Did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well, if you just fall and land on your back, you're not going to be sliding to get those abrasions and tearing. And again, those are not consistent with road rash.
Didn't ask that question. Did you consider?
Sorry,
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe had fallen or landed on his back?
No.
Did you know about or consider the multiple holes on the back of his sweatshirt when you came and formulated your opinions?
No.
You did no studies whatsoever about the damage to the sweatshirt if he fell or landed on the cold, hard ground and had broken taillight shards in his clothing, did you?
No.
Those were microscopic.
I have no further
Those
questions.
would not make those holes. Oh my God, I
Oh,
hate him.
thank you. Bad Duck. I ran into Brandon at the beach one day. He was complaining he could not get any attention from the girls. Thank you. Your multiple holes, Hank.
I wish I had a Randy. My husband isn't home often.
And you can get
Oh
on those
my.
carpooling lanes.
Hashtag Randy's no dummy.
Hashtag justice for Randy.
Nice Chiron.
If I may, Your Honor, you were asked by Mr. Brennan, give me one name, very dramatically, of someone.
The objection sustained.
You were asked, give me
Yeah.
one name
Kiss my ass.
I've smiled on that.
to support
Yeah,
using a
yeah.
50 percentile hybrid 3 in testing forces on a 216-pound man. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How about the name Judson Welcher? How about that name?
So the objection sustained.
Did Judson Welcher use a 50 percentile hybrid in his drop test?
So that's sustained as to form.
What did Judson Welcher use in his drop test?
A hybrid 3 50th percentile male, the same that we use in our testing.
Oh, shocking. Good job, AJ. Should have.
You were also asked
earlier. Good job.
whether or not using that hybrid 3 arm with the same speed would have an effect on the force equation, on the force calculation, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed it might have a small effect on the force calculation, correct?
So sustained as to form.
This is just foundational, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
How did you answer that question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. In the 29-mile-an-hour test with the hybrid 3 arm, Were you going faster than 24 miles an hour?
Yes.
And what was the calculation again on the increased force that would be exerted on the taillight, on the arm area of the taillight? 14%?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So sustained.
How much, what was the percentage that you calculated? The increase?
14%.
And did you find damage, even with the increase of 14%? Did you find damage on that exemplar taillight consistent with the extensive damage on the subject SUV?
Gotcha.
All right.
No.
Can we have 201D put up one more time? Mr. Brennan just asked you if you made note of these little red pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea the size of those pieces? As you sit here.
Not without a scale of some sort, no.
So as you sit here, you have any
Banana?
idea what the size of those pieces are?
I couldn't tell you as I sit here today, no.
No idea if they're a foot long?
Gotcha.
So the objection sustained.
You were asked, when shown this picture, if you accounted for this in terms of damage to the garment, the sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
What if I told you those were...
Objection.
So the objection's sustained. He said he doesn't know the sizes. That's the end of that, Mr. Jackson.
I realize he said he doesn't know. He was
That's
asked questions.
the end
Your
of
Honor.
that, Mr. Jackson.
Bev, why are you being such a
You have the, Mr. Wolk, do you have the picture of the tin?
butt face?
The TIN, tin, the little round tin? Do you see that tin?
Yes.
Are you aware that all those pieces are inside that tin?
Objection.
Sustained. And jurors disregard that.
Did you ever see this tin in your analysis?
I do recall seeing, yes, in the evidence photographs of all the fragments, yes.
In your experience, are very large pieces or very small pieces put in little tins about 2 inches wide?
Sustained.
You were asked a question about the arm being pushed by the taillight. Asked a bunch of questions about that, right?
Correct.
You indicated, what did you say in terms of the contact by a vehicle pushing an arm?
It's going to move with the vehicle until it separates.
Okay. In your testing, how long did it take the hybrid 3 arm to get up to speed of the vehicle in the 24-mile-an-hour test? About.
About 10 milliseconds.
I'm sorry, say that again, louder.
10 milliseconds.
10 milliseconds, correct?
Correct.
So when you say the arm is being pushed, it's being hit, right?
Objection.
The objection sustained and struck.
In every one of your tests, every single one of your tests, did any taillight fragment tear a hole in the sleeve of the shirt that you were testing?
No, there was no holes, punctures, fraying, nothing to the material.
Was there ever a defect in that garment in any of that testing other than the road rash that we saw in the 29-mile-an-hour direct impact?
That the only test that showed the holes and the abrasions was that full-on hit where the body was sliding on the ground. There was no test where the taillight caused any type of punctures, holes, or fraying to the material.
And in that test, what happened to the back of the license, the test license?
Destroyed.
You already had follow-up questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Of course you do.
Is this recross or, I mean, it makes sense, but
Yeah, I don't know how they do it in Massachusetts, but they definitely go like 2 and 3 times for cross. Like it's a weird setup.
On redirect, you again talked about the impact between an arm and the broken taillight.
Correct, yes.
And I had asked you on cross-examination or recross-examination whether that broken
Yeah, this
taillight
is
could
like
push the arm, which of
recross
course
now,
would
for
create
sure.
force or friction, yes?
Well, once it's moving at a common velocity, I'm just not understanding your question then.
If it's not a common velocity, if the broken taillight is,
Ask the question.
if the broken taillight is pushing the arm, which would mean the broken taillight is going at a faster speed than the arm, if it pushes the arm, the broken taillight can come in contact with the arm, can it?
It's moving with the arm, sir.
If, okay, let me ask you this. Would you agree with this? If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So if you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, it's moving forward into the arm.
No,
you
the
agree with
arm's
that?
moving forward as well.
Objection on the source.
Am I wrong?
Dr. Rentschler, do you agree with that?
Objection.
So I'm
That's
going
Dr.
to allow
Wolf.
it. I'm striking source.
Good call.
Excuse me?
Okay, so I'm not being dumb here, but what he basically testified is it takes 10 milliseconds for it to start traveling at the same speed as the car. So I guess for those 10 milliseconds, it could be pushing it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Sounds wonderful.
Brandon, the one before this I'm not bringing up, but thank you. Bad Duck, thank you. I suggested he stick a banana in his Speedo. Later that day, he came back saying, now the girls were all laughing at him. I suggested that he put the Speedo in the front next time, not the back. Thank you. Got a turd in her pants.
Emma Spire says, I do have a Bob, battery-operated boyfriend.
Thanks for sharing.
That a girl.
And Brandon, why are... Okay. Thank you, Brandon. I am not bringing that up. It has words in it that are not okay.
Valhalla, did we bring back like the crazy redhead pregnant lady energy? Is that what happened? The ghost of her shenanigans followed us back into Monday?
We saw this little bitty pregnant girl get into a physical fight at Dollywood.
Like a little person?
Not like a midget little person, but she was tiny.
She had to be like all of 5 feet and 94 pounds. And she was 800 years pregnant.
She'd walk around with her hands on her hips.
I know. She was just like...
The old lady she got into a fight with was like, you ain't the only pregnant one in this park.
Oh my God, like the old lady was trying to claim to be pregnant?
I don't know
think
exactly.
she was telling her
confusing.
to stop her whining. Again, why you would go to anywhere 900 months pregnant pushing a toddler in a cart is beyond me, but I've done this a couple times and I can tell you that my ass does not get out of air conditioning if I'm pregnant in the summer.
Right.
It was 90 degrees outside. Like it was not a comfortable I can't imagine it would have been very comfortable being as pregnant as that girl was.
No, but I disagree with the gentleman or the other people in the group allowing them to continue doing the I have to have the last word itis. I did love poor Valkyrie. She kept trying to get the security guard with a mohawk to go look for her, and he's like, a pregnant woman, you say? And then he walked away, and she's like, no, the other way. I keep pointing this way.
Yeah,
and he's like,
he's like, I ain't seen nothing.
Look, expert tried to get me to go in there and talk, and I was like, do I look like Steve Irwin? I do not mess with pregnant females in the summer. Look, I know a start to a snapped episode when I see one.
It was
and
good,
I'm not going to, I'm not going to remove myself from content. I'll see you in, newsy news.
It was good.
Agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I can. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage. Specifically, if there's a taillight that shatters, so you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. Would you agree with that?
I'm going to allow it.
In reference to the greater damage, we're talking about damage to the arm?
Do you agree with that phrase?
No, because I don't know what you're talking
about. The best way I can characterize it is it's moving with the arm, sir.
So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm.
I think Wolf is farting with them right now. I almost said the bad F word. But like the smirk after he said it.
He's not
like, I'm just going to
agree.
say it until you cry.
But at some point, as a lawyer, you have to realize that either a client or a witness is going to go with this or not. And he is sticking with this because you fundamentally don't understand his area of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
And likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm about to stand in for Randy to get out of this trial.
And sidebar.
She must have denied it because they came back real fast.
I'm going to read this one more time, okay?
Okay.
Would you agree? If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. Would you agree with that?
Again, my area of expertise is not injuries to the arm, so whether or not those fragments would be embedded or cause any type of damage to the arm, no. But what I would say is that I would agree with the taillight being pushed into the arm. It's going to cause the taillight to fracture, and then the arm will move with the taillight.
When you do a demonstration, isn't this exactly what you see? Could you play E again for me? Isn't this exactly what you see? Play that, please.
But then it gets up to
And
speed.
now,
I don't.
stop, please. If Randy is not restrained by a forklift, he is going to move with the car, correct?
Well, if it's just the arm, his arm's going to get accelerated and move, and then his body will be there still.
And that broken taillight, if Randy is not restrained on a forklift, is going to be pushed, like this says, by the arm, by the broken taillight, isn't it?
It's going to move with the arm.
No, there was
He's not going to answer.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Rise for the jury. Right this way.
Oh my God.
And then for those of you who are joining us a little, oh, go ahead.
Chat was left unattended for almost a week. There are new rules now, especially Val's chat. It's the ISS room in school suspension, I'm assuming. Is Brennan drunk? He's unhinged today. There's something going. Well, I think he knows he's losing. I think that's what it is.
We used to
And
have
for those
after school suspension. It was ass.
Nice.
So for those of you that are just popping in or catching up, there is going to be a voir dire during this break of Dr. La Posada spelling. I have no idea. Figure it out on your own or make it up as I do in my notes.
It's phonetical.
But Brennan is claiming that she has not seen enough dog bite deaths to opine on it, and maybe might not have ever seen any motor vehicle deaths. So he wants to
In 40 years.
curtail her. Yeah. Now, it states in her report that she's seen 5, which Bev says is negligible, but they are going to voir dire her.
Bad Duck, thank you. Brandon told me he had the body of a Greek god. I had to explain to him that Buddha is not Greek. Touche.
The Pakistani Buddha was pretty skinny, though.
Probably because he was in a country that didn't like him. Monotheistic religions don't play well with polytheistic religions.
All right, I'm probably going right into this.
We're
here
going
we're
in raw,
talking.
as Baker would say.
Giggity.
I had to do it. He paid me $1.
Round is a shape. I'll give you that one.
All right, so we're not going to do the voir dire right now of Dr. La Posada because everybody needs a break. What we'll do is we'll take the 20-minute recess. Who's doing the director, Dr. La Posada? Is that you, Mr. Jackson? Yes. All right, so what I would ask you to do is not do anything on your direct examination with Dr. La Posada that involves the mention of dog bites or the evidence regarding motor vehicle experience, because we still need to have the voir dire, but I don't want the jury sitting out there
have
any
the
longer than need be,
voir
at least until the luncheon break. So without that, how long will it take you? Can you use the hour?
How does she get to say?
How in the hell? No, this is not.
How does she get to
This
tell
isn't a
what order things go in?
Jedi Jess. We need a lawyer thing. Can she just tell the how?
Well, she did.
Again. Well, I understand that, but she is basically curtailing this, and I get that everyone wants a break after listening to Brennan, but they're professionals. didn't Brennan get 300K to do this job? I'm sorry, but if for 300K, I'll forego a break.
Yeah.
Also, Commonwealth pay me 300K.
I don't know, man.
Jesus.
Let's go. Why was 6 scared? Because 7, 8, 9. So why was 10 scared? Because it was right in the middle of 9-11 with Bad Duck. I don't write these jokes, guys. I don't write them.
Outstanding.
Tip your waitresses. Try the veal.
Outstanding.
Half her credentials are the fact that she's an expert in dog bites and an expert in motor vehicle. I think her education, training, background. but
Okay, is that all in her resume?
It's all in her, it's all going to be in her direct examination.
No, my question is it in her resume? Has the Commonwealth received notice regarding the dog bite stuff?
The Commonwealth has received the same resume that the court has received. I don't know specifically what her resume is.
So wait, we're going off CVs now? We're holding CVs as the standard of what we're gonna face.
Say that again?
Thank you, Jedi Jess.
Reference for teaching, dog bite issue and pattern recognition. They're listening to this.
All right. We'll see you at 12.
She didn't say crap.
At 12.
We can start some of, yeah, but what she's saying,
Well, here's my other question, Jedi Jess.
that's what
If
her
the
expertise is.
If the direct is going to cover basically foundation and stuff, are they still going to need the voir dire? Because if he's able to get in direct or on her foundation, her CV, that she's seen, such and such and such and such and these kind of wounds, wouldn't that clear her of, Brennan's fear that she's not an expertologist?
I guess. Bad Duck, thank you. Desperation is setting in, me think. No,
Yes.
I read it correctly. Thank you. You put a dash in there. Fight me.
Hyphen. You should go with hyphen next time.
All right. Well, so here's a fun one. We're caught up again.
Holy fazolies. I don't know about y'all, but Bev looks rough today.
All right, so I'm told council wanted to see me.
I bet.
Related to the cross-examination or recross-examination of the last witness, and Mr. Alessi would like to address the board in detail about that.
All right, so the last witness was your witness. Is there a reason?
This is a separate issue, and I'm asking Mr. Alessi to address the board on this.
Okay. What do you want to tell me, Mr. Leslie?
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I need to put on evidence gloves.
Oh.
We're getting a bonus Alessi we didn't even know
Are we
about.
getting
Oh
a
my
rectal
god.
exam?
Say, Proctor, just breathe. So, and just think about England.
Why is this chick looking at him like he can't put on?
Well, he is having kind of.
Well,
they must be really small for.
Your Honor,
He's like, it
the
doesn't fit.
defense moves for a mistrial with prejudice based upon intentional misconduct that just occurred before the court and for the jury. And what I'd like to do, Your Honor, this regards the hoodie, and this regards questioning and representations and questioning by Mr. Brennan. And what I'd like to and need to do, Your Honor, is to have 2 documents marked as exhibits, and then I am going to use Exhibit 88, which is an evidence, which is the hoodie, which is why I'm putting on the evidence gloves, and it will become quite obvious very shortly what the issues are.
All right, so what are the things that you want to have marked?
What I would like to have marked, what I would like to have marked, the first document, and I want to get the specific title. These 2 documents are from the criminalist file, specifically Ms. Maureen Hartnett's notes regarding cuttings from the hoodie sweatshirt that's in the crime lab file folder.
Okay.
So the first
shit.
is
Can you pause?
the back of the hoodie. So with Your Honor's permission, I would have that.
Okay, so basically, the holes that Brennan just showed him were where they took DNA samples and actually cut them out of the hoodie. At least that's what I'm getting. I could be wrong. Again, not a lawyer.
You're
But-
right.
But this is what I'm
Holy.
getting. Holy fuck balls. I mean, it's after 3 hours.
I think we're good. I'm just trying to not be the one that causes it to go yellow. Bad Duck, thank you. I want to Brandon, I want to give myself to you, woman. Sorry, I don't accept cheap gifts. For the storage jar, I foresee shenanigans.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I just reading.
Oh, no, you are fine.
Guess
Just
it's
ready to
going
take-
down harder than Tower 1. This is...
Shoot.
All right, let's go.
Mark for identification.
Exhibit Y.
She's just going to correct it. She's not going to
Righty.
make it.
This is pretty big. Again, if he tried to elicit
May I
that,
see that?
they didn't look at it and that these holes were
Oh,
from the accident
That is
and
the
not the
back of the hoodie, Your
criminologist,
Honor.
that's a lie
And
before the
if I
court.
could please have the next.
I just saw a
mark,
head,
in
and
order,
there's a lot
exhibit
of
for identification.
flailing arms.
Exhibit ZZZ for identification.
This is the worst time to need a bio break. And thank you, Jedi Jess. I don't think that Bev will grant it, but they have to do this
Read
either
this,
way
Mr.
for the
Leslie.
appellate record.
So is it that there are no holes in the back? There were no holes in the back of the sweatshirt?
That's only part of it, but that is in fact the case, Your Honor.
Okay. I can't tell entirely from ZZZ, but if that's your argument, why, for identification appears to support that.
Your Honor, may I have the exhibits marked for identification back for my argument?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, what we just saw is Attorney Brennan question Dr. Wolf with regard to the hoodie sweatshirt that heretofore has been in the plastic casing for trial. And this is what happened was Attorney Brennan held up the casing with a hoodie sweatshirt, went to the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. First point to note, Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, didn't give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to look at it.
Can I just ask a question? I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning, so I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen with it. Is that not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not the case, Your Honor. The
Okay.
first time I realized that line
Okay.
of question was going to be asked was when Mr. Brennan pulled the casing out.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, to do it in order, Mr. Brennan takes the hoodie sweatshirt in the casing, without notice, shows it to Dr. Wolf, and shows the back of the hoodie, which has certain holes, and I'm going to limit calling them holes to do this chronologically. I'm going to refer to exactly what they are in moments.
Okay, so I need to see it. I know you've got gloves on. Where is it right now? It would help me if you held it up for me now,
Absolutely, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Leslie.
So, here is the back
Okay.
of the hoodie.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It's very obvious that these are cutting
Look at him
holes
smiling.
cut
He
by a
knows.
criminalist. And I'm going to get to back to this in a moment. But I would like to do it and certainly entertain any of Your Honor's questions within a logical order.
Sure, so I'm not, what about the jurors and lunch? How long do you think this will be?
I think this will take about 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The jurors in lunch, they just pointed out that these were from a wreck and they weren't. They knew it was from cuttings. That has to be some kind of misconduct or red card.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Gross.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to get the flow back going here in the logic. So, and I'll do it quickly. So Mr. Brennan grabs the hoodie sweatshirt inside the casing, doesn't show it to Attorney Jackson, goes up, we have no idea that this was going to happen, goes up, confronts the witness, Dr. Wolf, shows the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, to my knowledge, the first time the back has been referenced of the hoodie sweatshirt, shows Dr. Wolf, confronts him, and basically says, couldn't these holes be caused, and I'm paraphrasing, from a fall backwards? Obviously positing in the juror's mind after, remember, we just saw all kinds of videos with regard to Rescue Randy and impact at 24, 29 miles an hour, more aptly 29 miles per hour, and damage to the hoodie, etc. So what then happens is Dr. Wolf is asked a series of questions very much with the indication that somehow, in the clear implication, that these holes are being caused by road rash, and that the holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, could have been or likely were caused with regard to some type of impact. Clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice. Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29th, 2022.
So do you have something you said
Notice the
when you
appellate
said obviously
attorney.
cut by the criminalist? Do you have something that shows that?
He
That
is
chart that I
red.
couldn't understand quickly? Is it on that? Is
Yes,
that to
Your
the
Honor.
back?
What
Okay.
we have is two documents to show that.
Right. So the second one, when was that provided?
These, when you say provided, you mean with regard to when did the defense get these in
Yes.
a discovery?
What?
Let me get the date, Your Honor.
Sure.
Notice of discovery, May 2023.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, Exhibit YYY. The only, I believe, I'm holding up YYY, which is the back of the hoodie, I believe is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence. Not turned into evidence. This is the one that clearly shows the hoodie before the criminalist started her work with the cuts. There are no cuts to YYY, and if we need to, we'll bring Ms. Hartnett in to confirm.
All right, so is ZZZ in evidence?
ZZZ is not in evidence, and that is part of the basis for the mistrial. It is no coincidence that these two documents are not in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. So that is part of the intentional misconduct, Your Honor.
That's
is
intent.
These are documents from the criminalist's file. It's the Commonwealth's documents. And it is very clear when you go to Exhibit ZZZ, the cuts that the criminalist made to the back of the hoodie are specified.
So where on that? Because when I quickly looked at it, I didn't see it. What does it say? Go ahead and read
Are
it to
you
me, please.
for freaking
It's
real?
item number 7. I'll read it from the top.
How-
LIMS 22-2184. Analyst MSH, which is the initials for Ms. Hartnett.
Dang,
Dates:
Baker, you're missing it.
May 11, 2022, May 12, 2023, and then May 18, 2023. And what she does is she's got the...
You know what? Can you bring it up to me, please?
I certainly can, Your Honor. And I can conduct my argument from right here if that helps, Your
Yeah, I
Honor.
just want to see, point out to me where it
Wait,
says
I missed
information.
I missed Brennan. Is he pooping himself?
See the back of the hoodie, that's the back of...
Brennan's probably rolling his eyes, knowing his mom's not gonna do anything.
Now, do you think that she's just gonna say like, ignore it? Can you unring that bell?
Honestly, this is one she might not be able to step on the scales. This was Brennan basically lying to the jury. And if there is proof, and again, Alessi's making a good point that these were never put into evidence, so that it does look like strategic, so it could be brought in, and those holes could be said to be part of this accident.
After
Honestly,
watching Brennan and how sleazy he is on a regular basis, this is very obviously a sleazeball move that he didn't put those in evidence.
And for someone that's constantly, this is not trial by ambush, they're doing all sorts of shenanigans. I mean, I noticed that the plexiglass thing was there because it's generally not. But the fact that, again, he was trying to, I don't think you can unring this bell. And I think that there is certainly, she might go and contact, she might have to contact a higher judge, because this is one, again, regardless of where we think her loyalties lie, this is not one you can squelch, I don't think. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, no pausing.
Zach, gloves on. All Brennan's holes getting checked. And Sebastian, remember, Bev, the DOJ is watching. Yeah, right? All right, let's see what happens. We're only like 6 minutes behind.
Not.
Is it sped up?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan, you should come up and look at this as well.
Thank you.
And I'm
Oh, no, he doesn't need to look at it, Bev. He's seen
knows.
it. He knows. He did this on purpose. He already said this is gross
would you look at
misconduct.
that?
Intentional.
Oh, would you look at that? Look, there actually is no holes. Oh, my bad. My mistake. I don't know how I missed that.
Can I get the check?
Label cuts.
Pardon me?
Label cuts.
Right, but if I can, Your Honor, I want to clarify this. Yes, are you willing just let me just make sure I get.
Holy crap.
Mr. Jackson, it says exterior front, what Mr. Alessi was pointing me to.
Well, yes, it may have printed the wrong page. I can do it, but Mr. Wolf, can you print the back? And then, Your Honor, are you comfortable using the computer or the back? Because I think we just had the wrong one.
We need to mark it, though.
Understood. We will. He's printing it right now.
Is it in
They
evidence?
showed her the wrong pick. They showed her the wrong pick.
Oh,
They got the wrong one printed off.
does Mr. Wolk have a wireless printer next to him? He looks like he has all the things plus deflectors.
We wanted to have the front and the back to show all the cuttings, but what only printed out was the front. We are now printing the back. Your Honor is correct.
Okay.
It was an honest mistake, Your Honor. We forgot that we were trying to DNA test.
I love how Lally doesn't even look bothered. He's like, meh,
Why would he?
you fucked up.
He's like, I had to do
Not
this
me.
once by myself. It sucked then. It sucks now. Glad you screwed it up and not me.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't really look...
Baker is going to be so ticked when he gets home. He's going to be like, I missed
Right.
what?
Unless
And
he's
what?
coming back up in a sec.
I will say, even if you take the 5,000...
Take 2 minutes because it has to go.
So go ahead with your argument.
What'd you say?
So even if you take the most objective 5,000-foot view of this, it is clear that there was a strategy in not putting those exhibits of the back of the hoodie in.
Yeah.
It was clear that this was an agenda-driven thing, and
She won't
he
see it
knew
that
where
way.
those cuts came from.
You can't
So,
prove it,
again,
so...
It's part of evidence.
If there
I'm
was a
pretty
lab,
sure
the
No,
criminalist
he didn't put it in
documented.
evidence.
he didn't put
he
it
did-
in, but it's part of discovery, rather, not evidence. It was
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of discovery. Like he knew. He knew. You can't
Right.
convince me that he didn't know.
Yeah,
no
and
way.
I really think this one is one she can't
What
just.
the heck is this
you know,
Valhalla?
What? Oh, it's been up there for a while.
Oh.
I was like, what are you talking about?
All right, let's listen. So we don't get too far behind.
So, Your Honor, what is being printed is which we will mark, will be the front of the hoodie. The purpose of Exhibit
Well, now you gotta put
ZZZ
it
and the
up.
one that is being printed
Now you gotta put it
is
up
to
first.
show and to give the court, and we're going to request to give to the jury the.
Now you got to put it up. Who's the dummy? Who's the
Yeah.
dummy? All right. That was too
Complete
perfect
picture
not
and the
to
complete
right then.
true story about these holes in the hoodie that were presented as if they were caused in some manner by something else other than the
So
criminal.
that seems perfectly reasonable, and I'd be inclined to do that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And here is the reason for the motion for a mistrial with prejudice. On its own, to do this, and you put together all of the parts of what just occurred. You start with the fact that and if I could, Your Honor, now that I have it yet marked so I can then refer to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you print extra copies too, so I can have my own copy?
Absolutely.
And for the Commonwealth to see.
And I'm going to show the
She
Commonwealth,
definitely is going
register.
through this a little more thoroughly than she does most of
Yeah.
the.
Hey.
Thank you, Court
Well, she's gotta hear it, but she doesn't care. I don't think she cares. I really don't. I think she's gonna be like, I'll just tell the jury to strike it.
I wonder if they could get an interlocutory appeal if this is this egregious and she tries
I
to go
bet they
forward.
file for one.
They should file for one.
They will for
Yes.
sure if she.
And their
has
their
the-
appellate dude is
Here's
sitting
another
right
copy.
back there. Look at Hank looking at it. Let me take my spectacles
Well,
off.
And he was red in the face. Normally he's very stoic, but the guy that looks like Pee Wee Herman, their appellate attorney, he was red-faced.
He messed up.
Well, Mr. Brennan's reviewing that, when I had to, Madam Court.
Whether
reporter,
intentional or not.
The chain of
Still.
custody document for these, and asked that be marked as the next exhibit in order.
Okay.
And then with
Yes.
Your Honor's permission, I would have Madam Court report again and vote up to Your Honor, so
Sure.
Your Honor can see what I'm referencing.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Means
Tam,
They would go to a
Oh,
higher court and ask the
Friday.
higher court
Thank
to
you.
step in.
and
While
basically that
the trial's
freezes
happening.
the case.
Yeah.
in the middle of the trial,
Yeah.
not after.
Do you need this, Mr. Leslie?
I do not need either of them, Your Honor, and I have the extra copies as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm chasing chats.
Okay, so Your Honor, I now have enough copies for Your Honor and for the Commonwealth.
He's the guy that looks like Caillou in the back next to
Oh my God, he does.
the podium.
Rosie.
He sits back there and doesn't make a single expression ever. He looks like a psychopath.
he's like a
but it's
kid.
because he's an
Marissa,
appellate lawyer.
Caillou was banned in my house. I would rather listen to Baby Shark than Mommy. He's such a whiny
We've never
little
watched Caillou. He has no idea what it is. But anyway,
boat. That's
yeah,
good.
Pee-wee.
Backyardigans, it is.
Thank you.
I'm
If
a
I could
Pee-wee
have one
fan.
set, that would be great.
I have no idea what
Octonauts.
Caillou is.
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you.
I still do not have ZZ's.
It's
I
printing.
have to pee, so let's go.
I know.
You-
All right.
Flashbacks.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
So, Your Honor, to do this quickly chronologically, so we have a hoodie sweatshirt that was brought into the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, with the back of the hoodie with no holes on it. The criminalist makes cuts to the back of the hoodie, makes cuts to the front of the hoodie. The exhibit, Your Honor, depicts those. There's a chain of custody document that describes
That's
the
rare
chain
in
of
this
custody
case.
for the hoodie and the cuts in the chronology.
Thank you for
And
your
of course, we have
explanation.
Exhibit
You're very
88, which
welcome,
is
Tammy.
the hoodie. So
That guy
what
right there.
Mr. Brennan did, and I'm now pulling Exhibit 88, he holds up the back of the hoodie, which has cuts in the back from the criminalist, somebody from the Commonwealth, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartnett, she's testified, and Mr. Brennan has indicated he wants her to come back and testify, which we welcome. And now what we have
No.
is we have holes in the back of the sweatshirt that were dramatically held up to and confronted with Dr. Wolf, and then the jury sees it. With the clear, unmistakable, purposeful intention of having the jury conclude that these holes could have come from events on January 29th of 2022, when in fact the Commonwealth well knows from its own documents, from its own criminalist, that those holes in the back were caused by their criminalist as part of their examination and sampling of the hoodie.
Yep.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important for a context than the alleged collision that never occurred? That's the topic before some of the most significant and probative witnesses in this trial that the Commonwealth has been attacking from the jump of pretrial.
Yep.
They picked the most opportune, sensitive time to pull this stuff. This is intentional. This is irremediable. This is
Yes. Thank you.
on the key issue of this case, whether there was any collision at all. On its own, Your Honor, on its own, this is a mistrial with prejudice. But I add to that what just happened, and I'm not going to repeat or go into other than to reference. This comes on just mere days after the Commonwealth raised the specter of absence of DNA on the same hoodie sweatshirt without having the criminalist, Ms. Kuhn from UC Davis come in. I know Your Honor already ruled on that.
Right,
and
so let's move along from
Right,
that.
that's right, and I'm going to come back to this. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? Why is this happening? The Commonwealth has no case. They have no collision. They are desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support it. So what have we come to? We've come to the manufacture of evidence. We've come to, incredibly, taking a hoodie, a key piece of evidence in this case, and holding up to Dr. Wolf, the ARCA expert, to try to make it seem like Dr. Wolf didn't do his job. You didn't account for these holes. How could you be a credible accident reconstructionist when you talk about some holes, but you don't talk about these holes? Knowing all along the holes that Attorney Brennan is trying to impeach Dr. Wolf on were caused by the Commonwealth's own criminalists as part of sampling. I don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting elucidation of testimony than this on the key issue in the case. We have irrefutable, objective evidence, and I will state that it's more than interesting that none of these exhibits that Your Honor now has marked for identification were put in evidence by the Commonwealth. Isn't it some coincidence that these are the one, and the only one of the, with regard to the hoodie, the back of it's not in, all of the rest of them are, but these aren't. Your Honor, I think there is one and only one conclusion, in that this is intentional, that it is a matter of such significance and of such misconduct and intentional that it merits the sanction of a mistrial with prejudice. The amount of effort, the amount of work, I can't even begin to think to remedy this in front of the jury, to go backwards on this. That should not befall the defense. That should befall the prosecution. Ms. Reed, again, is entitled, like every other defendant in this wonderful Commonwealth, to a fair trial. The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. Ms. Reed's rights under the Constitution and the Declaration of Rights have once again been trampled on, and it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end. At some point, Ms. Reed's rights have to be protected. At some point, confidence in the judicial system, the public's confidence in the judicial system, that prosecutors will conduct themselves with their duty to present a fair trial. That has to be enforced at some point for Ms. Reed to receive the fair trial that she and every other defendant in this Commonwealth is entitled to.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
It was a mistake. Oh, God.
What do you even say to that?
Your Honor, my brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake.
A mistake?
Shocker!
And so I think what should happen is there should be
now.
curative instruction. There should be a stipulation. The court should instruct the jury that during Mr. Brennan's cross-examination, he asked Dr. Wolf about holes on the sweatshirt or holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. The parties agree the holes were made by a crime lab technician. This was done inadvertently but should not have been asked. The court should strike the questions and the answers. And you should instruct the jury they are to completely disregard any questions or answers about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt. And the court should allow the defense to introduce the lab paperwork.
All right.
That's all you got?
I'm not going to allow the mistrial motion, Mr. Lessie.
Oh, of course
What I'm
not.
going to do is instruct the jurors. I'm going to put in what's been marked for identification, Y, Z, A, and B. 4 of each letters. I'm going to put all these into evidence. They can be displayed for the jury, and I'm going to instruct the jury that during the cross-examination
liar.
of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked him about holes in the back of the sweatshirt and whether or not they perhaps could have come from events or implying or something like this. I instruct you, you are not permitted to draw any inference that these could have come from the events of January 29th, 2022. I instruct you further that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on, I just put the dates aside. Chrissy, can I see those, please? It's unclear for me. Do you have a better idea, Mr. Alessi, what day these were done? Is it all of those 3 days? Now I see a fourth day. 5/11, no, I'm sorry, 5/11, 5/12, 5/11, 2022, 5/12, 2023, and 6/18, 2023. Those are the 3 dates?
Your Honor, on May 18th, when the defense filed a motion to test, so that's the probative date.
So May 18th?
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
And that's 2023.
Yep. All right. That's what I'm going to do. Is there anything further you want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor,
I
I'm
have
not going to go
something.
any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further instruction for Your Honor.
So I'll hear you. Go ahead.
So the
way-
first, Your Honor, is with regard to
The way he presented that question to Dr. Wolf made it implied that Dr. Wolf failed to notice these holes originally. It not only did he blatantly lie about the evidence, in fact, like Alessi's, for all the things Alessi just said, not only is that true, but they also made Dr. Wolf look less intelligent than they should have, right? Like, ooh. Of course he didn't look at those holes while he was conducting his testing, or consider those holes. That was the wording, because they weren't there.
When the defense motion to test this, wasn't that denied? Weren't there a lot of motions for testing of things that the defense was either denied or delayed or discovery
or it just wasn't done?
Yeah, and not to mention, after we couldn't find the shoe, we found extra pieces. At some point, I mean, again, Alessi is right.
Want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor, I'm not going to go any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further instruction for Your Honor.
So I'll hear you. Go ahead.
So the first, Your Honor, is with regard to
Everybody's freaking out right now.
one, I would
Bev,
like the
Brennan.
opportunity to have the hoodie sweatshirt held up,
Alessi.
because that's what
Okay.
happened.
Yes. Yes.
These holes in the
Yes.
back,
Yes.
thing. So that's number one as part of the stipulation, and then
I'm not wording it as a stipulation, and I'm not saying it was inadvertent. I am giving an instruction that they cannot consider it for this purpose, and I am allowing these to be placed into evidence. So it's not a stipulation. It's from me, which I think is more forceful.
I misspoke, Your Honor. I
Bev,
agree.
you are about as forceful as a
not the
wet
stipulation,
turd.
but just as Your Honor said, with regard to
Make it known that it was Brennan's
that Your
fault.
Honor said they're not to take an inference, I would respectfully request that this be handled just like Your Honor did with regard to the rock at 34 Fairview. Your Honor said that rock wasn't present, on or about the time of it.
So I do say that when I say Ms. Harnett did this. So rewording it just a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt. I instruct you that you are not permitted to draw any inference that those holes were a result
Jesus Christ.
of the events on January 29th, So, all right, this is what I'm going to say. So if you're not going to listen to it, that's fine. I've already said it. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Oh,
It's what I said,
You,
Mr. Alessi.
see you next Tuesday.
Brandon, I'm
How
not
is
bringing that
she
one
getting-
up, but thank you.
How is she getting offended by Alessi's actions right now?
Did she say she was offended?
She's being
so
a
she's-
super bitch.
Yeah, she was
Well-
like, I've made my choice, Alessi. You're not going to change what I'm going to say.
It's
And
what
it's
I
more
said.
forceful if it
What I
comes
said.
from me. No one, you look like you were rode hard and put away wet. Excuse my French. But ma'am, you look like you had a weekend with the OnlyFans and you were trying to beat the limit, okay?
Thank you,
Agreed.
Sebastian. At some point, Bev's incompetence becomes corruption. Well, I think
Agreed.
that line is crossed. Yes, thank you. I agree, but You are redunculous,
But
Brandon.
it is also negating the fact that this was a plan, that this was a strategy, that this was put forward with purpose to mislead the jury. And honestly,
He does it all
Wow.
the time. It's second nature.
Yeah, he doesn't care because she'll just overlook it. I'll allow it.
Your Honor, I was consulting with Mr. Leslie. I'm not showing disrespect to the court.
Okay.
Of course, we're listening.
All right, so it's what I said, Mr. Lessie. I instruct you that you're not permitted to draw an inference that the holes came from the events of January 29, 2025. Those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18, 2023.
Is it possible, Your Honor, last comment, to instead of not drawing inference, you should conclude that these holes were not present in the hoodie sweatshirt. They were caused by the criminalist.
That's a better way to say it.
Yes.
So I can just leave that all out then and just say, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt. I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett,
Yes.
during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18.
You
It's
should
probably
get to
neater that
say-
way anyway.
And he made
All right, let's bring him in, please.
Just as a housekeeping matter, the sweatshirt's been taken out of the plastic sheeting. It might need to be remarked. The plastic sheeting was marked, but if we're going to put it into a bag or something like that, it might need to have it marked. But we don't need to do that right this second.
no, Bev, do this right this second. That's how you guys flip and lose things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
This is, wow.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Now, I did ask Jedi Jess what their chances were for an interlocutory
Mr. Lessie, you're
appeal.
simply gonna
She
stand
will
and
have
hold
to
the
look it up.
sweatshirt, right?
She's not appellate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They filed for one
Focus.
already in this case, and it was denied.
Oh, and
Exhibit 220.
Emma Rampier reminds you that I will be
Your Honor,
putting
hold
up
it up.
a Rumble stream on my channel on Rumble if my mod could put up my link to Rumble. So since Baker is traveling and in and out, the Rumble, if you want to hang out there, will be on my channel.
Yeah, Baker will not have an afternoon stream. He's in the air or close enough to it.
We hope.
At least the last time I talked to him.
Okay, Your Honor begins to read. Is that consistent with Your Honor's explanation?
No, I want you to hold it up with the back.
What would you like me to start with?
You do that first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Notice how subdued Hank was. I think we might see a different Hank now from now on.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, why don't you just, where are you going to
For at
stand?
least 5 minutes.
Where are you going to stand?
I would suggest, Your Honor, right about here.
All right? So you can stand there, you can hold it up, then I'm going to ask you to put it down, and then I'll give the instruction.
And then I will return it to Mr. McDermott, or the court officer. Return.
Yes,
Thank you.
court officer.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to put on the.
All right, then we will take the luncheon recess. When we come back, we'll have the voir dire. Or actually, is Dr. Lapisada here?
She's here. She's on next. I'm going to call up.
John Tiedemann.
For just the measurements?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, if you're not going to be able to show the exhibits from Ms. Hartnett or the cuts, along with the next time we're supposed to show the cuts from Ms. Hartnett.
Well, I say it, and I'm going to tell her what they are, so.
Yeah, Hell Rising Angel brings up a
100%
good point.
agree
If
with
this had been the defense, she would have probably put all the lawyers in contempt, possibly sanctioned them.
Both of those words
And-
would have been mentioned for sure.
Please be seated.
Yeah,
Court is in
and
session.
Kelly DD, she is
Right.
red. She fell asleep outside.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. Mr. Lessie, why don't you hold the exhibit up for the jurors, please? All right, jurors, that's the back of the sweatshirt that was shown to Dr. Wolf. Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put it back in the bag? So jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt back on May 18th, 2023. Okay? So, I know your lunches are here, but I think we'll, Mr. Yannetti, your next witness, please.
John Keenan.
Why even call another witness right now? This is
Yeah, I don't
stupid.
get this. She's so redundant.
She's freaking out. She's very
She's doing a lot
agitated.
more. Yeah, she's doing a lot more fidgeting than she normally does. If I were into bodyology, I'd say she's doing self-soothing, grooming behavior.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now is here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
I do. Thank you.
Who
All right,
dis?
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Yannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please
Where'd they find
state your
John
name
Favreau?
and spell your last name?
Sure, my name is John Tedeman. It's
Is the tow
Tedeman.
truck driver?
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I am a private investigator.
Do you work for someone else, or do you have your own firm?
I have my own firm.
What is the name?
Forum Investigations.
And that's F-O-R-U-M?
Correct.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and work history. You're from this area?
Yes, Boston
Where-
proper.
I'm sorry?
Yes, from Boston.
Where did you attend high school?
The Roxbury Latin School,
When did you graduate?
1996.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Princeton University,
What year did you graduate?
Ooh,
2000.
What did you do after graduation from
Fancy.
Princeton University?
I became a federal agent.
Where?
The agency or the location?
Oh, I meant the location, sorry.
I started out in Los Angeles, and then I was back in Boston.
And what years were you a federal agent in Boston and Los Angeles?
2002 through 2008.
And what agency did you work for?
I worked for the Inspector General for the Social Security Administration, Office of Investigations.
And what type of work did you do in terms of investigations?
We did fraud investigations, identity theft, credit card fraud, fugitive operations, all sorts of things, anything involving a Social Security number, basically.
And why did you leave in 2008?
I went to law school,
Where?
Suffolk,
What year did you graduate from Suffolk Law School?
2013.
And what did you do after graduation from Suffolk Law School?
I've had a small solo law practice and worked as a real estate broker,
And what type of law did you practice?
mostly real estate law,
When did you start Forum Investigations?
in April of 2024.
Are you still practicing as a lawyer?
Not very much, no. I still have my license, but my bar card, but I don't practice much.
All right. How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by somebody from your office last Tuesday, I believe, the 3rd.
Okay. And was it explained to you why you were brought in at this late juncture?
Yes, it was explained that there was another investigator who had a health issue and would not be able to testify. So would I be able to help out with a small assignment?
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to travel to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take some measurements and photographs.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
When did you go?
On June 3rd, I believe I arrived about 5:30 at 34 Fairview.
Okay. And when you say June 3rd, we are talking about last week,
Yes,
correct?
last week, yes.
Whom did you see when you got there?
One of the homeowners, an older gentleman, greeted me when I pulled in the driveway.
And it was not the Albert family, correct?
It was not.
Did that individual give you permission to enter onto the property?
He did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought an iPhone as a camera, and I brought a wheeled measuring device.
And can you describe what a wheeled measuring device is?
Yeah, it's
These
like
things are
like a
awesome.
handle
I have one.
with 2 wheels at the bottom, and in the middle there's like a little odometer that measures feet and inches.
And if we could, Mr. Wolk, could we display the photo of the front of 34 Fairview that's already in evidence? With the
I'm just going to pause here. Hey, Rexy. Good morning, all. I had so much
Rexy.
fun. Totally worth getting sick.
Yeah, I think Baker got us all sick. I think he did.
And no need to start a GoFundMe. I will. I'll get. Brandon will get his. Let's say that.
He'll get his indeed.
Brandon, really? Come on now.
court's permission?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolk? 46? Do you see exhibit 46 on the screen, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
When you got to 34 Fairview Road in Canton on June 3rd, did you make note of the various entrances to the residence on the front, from the front of the house?
I did.
Could you describe those for the jury?
Yes, on the left side center of the building, there's what I would call the front door, up those 4 steps, I guess. Then if you were to look farther to the right, there at the end of the main building, there's another door, which I guess is the second front door or side door.
And with regard to that door, is it fair to say that faces outward, faces toward the road?
It does. It faces directly towards the road.
Okay, continue, please.
And then
an awkward place.
past that to the right, there are the windows, and then if you can see the little red line, that is a side door that goes into the garage. Yes, right there.
It's been highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. And then there are obviously the 2 garage doors.
And the 2 garage car doors, yes.
4 cars to enter. Okay.
Yes.
We can take that down. Mr. Wilk, put the lights on. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bev, you need to tone it down a little bit.
Thank you.
So I've placed a photograph in front of you. Can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, that appears to be a photograph that I took of the side front door, the secondary front door, the garage door, and the 2 car doors to the garage.
Okay, particularly with regard to the side pedestrian entrance into the garage, the red door that you identified in the previous exhibit. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the layout of the house in terms of the outside and the entrances that you've previously testified to?
Yes, it does.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, can I see those, please, sir?
What happened?
We're on
So-
sidebar or something.
Sidebar. I think that these were the photos that the state didn't want in for reasons. And she said, we'll see how the testimony goes and have you argue it in sidebar instead of. And I don't even think she'd read the motion, if I'm remembering. Thank you, J.K.D. Buck. Let's go.
Thanks, Brandon. 4 doors.
Nothing parties like a rental.
More. Yep. Can't
That
argue
was
with
a-
that.
That was a Rittenhouse thing. He had it on a profile somewhere.
Like Binger's name isn't cringe. It's probably the Binginator or something in Vulcan.
No,
You know.
Binger's was Fluffer Boy 2004.
Oh God, I forgot that. How did I forget that?
I don't know.
That's cringe. That is cringe hilarious, and usually I remember those.
That's yeah.
I agree. I think
You're-
Bev went right to this witness to try to minimize the sweatshirt too.
I do too.
Yeah. And I think this is a perfectly valid witness. Again, he's not testifying to anything other than what's already in evidence that he went 84 feet and could he have gone in the house.
Yeah.
But I can see how the state wouldn't want that in.
Jeez. Whole storm.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, whenever you're ready, if you can display that portion. Do you see what has been?
So I'm going to ask you to take that down. Folks, we're going to take the luncheon break at this point, okay?
Rise for the jury. Right this way, please.
What the hell?
We're going on lunch, she said. Not a short
Yeah, but
break.
they just put the picture up. It's not like they labeled it John died here with an X on it and a little guy.
Yeah, she might be yelling at the lawyers or whatever, figuring things out.
I thought you knew. I was going to ask you. I was just getting ready to go in Discord. Like, what the hell just happened?
I didn't even hear an objection.
No, she got all pissy and like, we're done.
Ooh, maybe she's been sitting there thinking about the DOJ.
So we'll
Now
fix
she's
that
scared.
during the luncheon break, Ms. Gianetti, to what I said. All right. So can we get Dr. Laposada in here? We'll do a very brief voir dire of her.
Oh, you suck. You suck.
You do. There's not going to be any tacos left. Damn it. Guess I'll just have to eat candy.
Ugh, I hate her.
This is so ADHD. Did she forget
She looks
her?
pissed.
She looks very
She does,
flustered.
but I think she's more pissed at Alessi than anybody.
For pointing out, yeah, probably.
How dare you say it was intentional?
Just gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you have the court in case you have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
We're going to do a brief voir dire, okay?
No problem.
Thank you.
Oh, she's so sweet. Oh my gosh, the defense
All right,
finds
Mr.
the
Jackson,
sweetest
foundation
people.
on just those 2 points, please. Sure.
Now, she is local, right?
I don't recall. I don't
Holy
remember
crap, I
anything about
spelled
this
that
one.
right. I'm just proud of me.
Good job, Mo.
Hey, look, I take victories in small things.
Your Honor, for purposes of expediting, does the court wish for me to go through the foundation of the doctor's education, training, and background and experience, which is going to take a minute?
Yeah, no, just focus on the foundation for the dog bites and focus on the foundation for what's been termed to be perhaps biomechanical engineering evidence, those 2 areas. And if there is support or methodology in Dr. Lapisade's resume to point to exactly where that is, okay? And I expect this whole voir dire should take no more than 15 minutes.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Doctor, could you please state your name for the record? Spell your last name into the record, please.
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth Laposata. That's spelled Laposata.
Dr. Laposata, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical doctor subspecializing in forensic pathology.
Dr. Laposata, I'm going to move very, very quickly past the bulk of your training and experience over decades. I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions. Where did you get your medical degree?
University of Maryland School of Medicine.
And do you have any subordinate degrees to your medical degree?
Yes, I have board certifications in anatomic and forensic pathology.
How long have you had those board certifications?
Like 35, 40 years.
Have you ever worked as a medical examiner in any capacity?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever worked as a chief medical examiner for any agency or governmental agency or state?
Yes, I have.
Describe that for the court, please.
I was a chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for 12 years.
How many autopsies would you say in general that you have conducted yourself?
Over 3,000.
How many autopsies in your experience as a supervisor in one capacity or another would you say you've supervised over your tenure?
Over 7,000.
Damn.
Of those 7,000 that you have supervised, have any of those dealt with motor vehicle incidents?
Many.
Have any of those dealt with motor vehicle and pedestrian incidents?
Many.
Give me an idea, if you have a number in mind, how many motor vehicle pedestrian autopsies you have been involved with, either directly or from a supervisory standpoint.
Hundreds, over 500 at least.
Do you have a significant background and training in the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
Is that the main goal or the main job or duty performed by a medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Is it also significant in terms of supervising other subordinate medical examiners who may work under your charge?
Yes, you have to make sure they're doing it right.
Is there a methodology that you have employed and that is standard in the industry to employ, including differential diagnoses and inferential thinking in terms of coming to conclusions related to manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the court in brief, please? I know you probably have a very lengthy explanation.
Okay.
Do it as briefly as you can, with being as succinct as you can.
Certainly, to determine cause of manner and death, we look at scene investigation, autopsy findings, police and witness statements, and medical history. And using that information, we come up with a differential diagnosis or a list of things that might have happened to that person to cause them to die. And from that list, then we see where all the science and all the data, which one it supports. So we've looked at several different things. I always told my staff, I said, how can we be wrong? What else could this be? So you have to make what in medicine is called a differential diagnosis and then see what the facts support.
Did you employ a differential diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to be at the scene in order to understand and analyze information that you get in a police report or photographs or things of that nature?
No, that we use the police investigation and scene investigation, crime lab reports, photographs taken by the crime lab, by the police at the scene.
Have you qualified as a expert forensic and anatomical pathologist in other courts in Massachusetts and other states?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times would you say you've qualified?
Hundreds.
I want to talk for a specific for a second about a specific area of interest for the court. Were you provided information and photographs of John O'Keefe's arm and his arm injuries included with the rest of the autopsy information that you received?
Yes.
Were you asked to make a determination about the nature of the wounds specific to his right arm? And I know that there's other injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but I'd like to relegate your attention to the right arm.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the forensic pathologist does.
Without telling me what your opinion was, were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion about the source of those injuries?
Yes, I was.
What methodology did you employ to come to that opinion or conclusion, or those opinions and conclusions?
My experience and knowledge and training, along with the appearance of the wounds on the right arm, which fit a pattern, and then knowing that it fits a pattern, then I can try to look for, okay, what is the item that caused this pattern? And that would be part of the differential diagnosis that I've used for many, many years in making diagnoses and determinations.
Have you ever been trained in pattern recognition?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Oh, as a forensic pathologist and medical examiner, a large amount of our work has to do with recognizing pattern injuries, because that's so important, because it gives us an idea of what might have caused that injury. And then that's clearly of a lot of importance to the police and the investigators as they're trying then to say, well, what could have caused that injury? And so the forensic pathologist could say, well, I think it was X or Y. Then they can carry out their investigation armed with that information as to what might have caused the injury on the body.
Is there such a thing in the world of pathologists as medical literature or academic literature that deals with pattern recognition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some or most of those publications?
Absolutely.
Have you ever yourself taught classes on pattern recognition?
Yes.
At what level? High school, graduate school,
At the
school?
medical school level.
How often have you taught courses on pattern recognition?
Oh, at least a handful.
When was the last time you taught a course in pattern recognition?
Let's see, last month.
Do any of the courses that you've either taken, well, let's take them one at a time. Have any of the courses that you've ever taken dealt with wound pattern recognition as it relates to animal wounds?
Courses that I've taken?
That you have taken?
It's part of our basic training and understanding of a forensic pathologist. The board exams we take test for that. Those injuries are described in our basic forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. They appear continually in our medical and scientific journals.
Is that an important skill set to develop, wound pattern recognition as it pertains to animals as a forensic pathologist?
Absolutely.
Do any of those academic courses that you've either taken or reference works that you just referred to, do any of those deal with dog bites and claw marks specifically?
Oh, yes, they do.
In the course or courses that you have taught related to wound pattern recognition, have you ever taught on the subject of dog bite wounds and the recognition of dog bite wounds?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you did that?
Let's see, it would be in the course in the medical school. Would have been several years ago.
Wait a second. Didn't Brennan ask Dr. Russell about something that she taught about? So, like, he knows the background on this chick.
Mm-hmm.
He asked Dr. Russell, oh, did you see, some
Dr.
report on Dr. La Posada? Or did you know that she taught, about dog bites? When he was asking.
I do remember. Yeah, because he's like, she actually taught this. You don't know anything. You read 2 articles. Dear
Right.
God, he's really like, and Bev's like, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She only, taught the class on it.
Yeah.
Holy giblets. Why are we
Thank
having
you,
a vlog here?
Brandon. Bang, Mary, Yeet, Magic, Bill, and Sean. Thank you.
Okay, I have now spent all my cigarette money in super chats.
Oh,
Life is now
no.
going to be hard. Well, that's the universe telling you to quit smoking. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And start vaping.
Legendary
Thank
FMK
you, I'm
Bev
fired.
Bev Lally Brennan. Why
Bev,
is it
Bev,
only...
the benefit to Bev is there'd always be White Claws on hand. And the benefit to Lally is you would never run out of cigarettes, ever.
Yeah, and you could always trick him into like being the designated driver.
I would
Well,
just
as,
yeet
as
them all.
designated as one can get in Canton, which I think is 0.08.
I have yet to find an advantage for Brennan.
Yeah. And why is it only women cutting up yeeted bodies? I don't know. I mean, I've definitely seen some males, but recently it's just been a lot of females. Maybe they just all flock to the Northeast.
Look, we aren't getting. Look, there's a very specific reason. They don't talk back. No one yells at you if the scalpel, slips. And honestly, I bet the insurance, like the liability insurance, is actually cheaper for a medical examiner because they're already dead. I'm just saying that's what I would do if I could handle blood.
Sorry, it took me a minute. I was taking care of a work thing. I do have to work sometimes, people. Believe it or not, I get paid very, very, very little for this job. And when I say little, I mean nothing.
We do like your semi not profitable hobby. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a nonprofit.
Oh my gosh.
Randy is no dummy t-shirt is definitely gonna have
I'm
to
sure. Yeah.
Which chat? I don't know what you're talking about. All right.
Doctor, with regard to staying with dog bite wounds specifically, have you ever performed an autopsy that specifically dealt with dog bite wounds, known dog bite wounds?
Yes.
So you've seen them in person?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified in any court in the land, state or federal court, on the issue of wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites?
Yes.
When was that?
The last one I can recall was a federal case involving questions of a police dog.
Did you engage, in that case, in a differential diagnosis to determine, in your opinion and conclusion, your expert opinion and conclusion, the source of the wounds that you saw?
Yes.
Did the court qualify you to speak on that issue in court?
Yes.
Did you in fact testify in furtherance of your opinions and conclusions in that case?
I did.
I want to turn for a second to motor
friend.
vehicle accidents or motor vehicle incidents. Do you also, some of the same questions, have you also performed autopsies on known motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've performed an autopsy on those issues?
Hundreds, maybe even 1,000.
Is that a relatively common occurrence, as sad as it may be, motor vehicle pedestrian incidents in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Have you performed autopsies personally as well as supervised autopsies on motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
And what methodology do you employ in furtherance of coming to opinions and conclusions regarding cause and manner of death specific to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Well, we look at the scene investigation. We look at what the motor vehicle looked like. We look at hospital records, the autopsy, and then trying to understand how the injuries that the pedestrian sustained, what those mechanisms were, and how the injuries show that that person interacted with the motor vehicle.
In doing so, in coming up with injury mechanism analysis, is it important to look at and analyze the actual vehicle that is allegedly involved?
Yes, you want to look at photographs of that or see it in person.
Is that part of the normal methodology that is employed in the field?
Yes, you must look at the photographs. You must see what the vehicle looks like.
Do you also look at the other side of that handshake? In other words, look at the body of the individual that was, in your case, killed, the decedent, in order to marry the two and determine whether or not the cause and manner of death had something to do with the motor vehicle impact?
Absolutely.
Describe that for us, please. What are some of the things that you look for that's part of the normal methodology that a forensic pathologist employs?
Well, when we examine a fatality from a motor vehicle, we want to try to understand what led up to it, how the impact occurred, and then what happened after. So we would study information about the injuries to see if we can relate them to certain pattern injuries that would be on the car. There are also evidence of transfer of energy and injuries that can result from the transfer of energy. So using the body, looking at the scene and the vehicle, understanding the motions of the vehicle and how they would have produced or would not have produced certain injuries on the body.
I'm going to take them one at a time. With regard to animal wounds or dog bites, were you able, in this case, using differential diagnoses, using inferential thinking, and using the skills that you've developed over decades of your education, training, and background, were you able to, without telling me what the conclusion is, were you able to come to a conclusion or opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm were consistent or inconsistent with a dog bite or claw marks?
I was able to come to a definite scientific conclusion.
And is that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it
Is
is.
it consistent with the training and methodology that you've employed over decades?
It is.
I'm going to ask you the same series of questions with regard to the motor vehicle incident. Did you review the autopsy report in an effort to look at John O'Keefe's entire body and all of the injuries that he sustained, not simply his right arm?
I looked at everything.
In doing so, were you able to come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the mechanism of injury and whether or not his injuries in total were consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle incident or impact?
I was able to come to a scientific conclusion.
And without telling me what that scientific conclusion is at this point, did you employ the same methodology that you've explained to the court earlier concerning differential diagnoses, inferential thinking, and decades of training, the education, training, and background that you've described for the court in coming to your conclusions about whether or not the cause and manner of death was consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle impact?
Yes.
Your Honor, is there any area that I have not covered to the court's satisfaction?
So I'll let Mr. Brennan ask questions. I may have a couple of questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposada.
Good afternoon.
If we could start with dog bites.
Yes.
Did you have any specific training in wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
Yes, it's in our literature standard textbook. It's standard information that is needed to be a forensic pathologist.
When did you receive training regarding pattern recognition of dog bites?
Beginning when I took my board, starting in 1983.
And what did that entail?
It entailed reading literature, it entailed reading the standard forensic pathology and medicine textbooks, and it is a sub-part of understanding pattern injuries. Dog bite injuries are described in all our journals and all our standard forensic textbooks.
Other than reading about it when you were studying for your boards, did you have any practical experience where you were engaging in the field in pattern recognition analysis regarding dog bites?
Yes, I've had many cases where there have been dog bite injuries.
When you were studying for your boards, were you doing that, or after you completed your boards?
I'm telling you that that it's such a basic part that during studying for boards, it's a section that we study. And I, of course, had many cases since then.
Did you receive any education past reading literature for the boards, where you took classes, seminars, where it taught specifically wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
It's all part of wound pattern recognition. It's usually included in literature. If there are lectures about patterned injuries, it's a subset of pattern injuries like hammer injuries, like gunshot wounds, like baseball bat injuries. There's a huge number of types of patterned injuries that are part and parcel of what a medical examiner has to understand and diagnose.
Do you remember taking any specific classes or any specific training about wound pattern recognition relative to specifically dog bites?
Yes, it's in all the literature that I keep up with.
Did you take any training or did you attend any classes that involved wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
Yes, it's often included in our seminars and case reports.
Do you list any of those classes or seminars on your resume?
That I took?
Why does that
No.
matter?
Can you identify one of those classes, where it was, when it was, who taught it, what the name of it was, regarding wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't give you a specific time and date.
Can you remember the name of the last class or seminar that you took or completed that has to do with wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't recall.
Is there anything in your report that identifies any of your specific education or training on wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites?
It's in my CV. It's basic knowledge that a forensic pathologist has to have.
I will ask you about the CV, but Dr. Laposada, I just wanted to ask you about your report first. Is there anything in your report that points to any specific training
In the report that I wrote on
in your
this
report
case?
relative to wound pattern recognition
as to dog bites? Is there anything in your report that identifies that for us?
In my report, I put together the case of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. As far as your experience, though, do you ever make any note in your report about your specific experience and training about wound pattern recognition for dog bites in your report?
No, it's not appropriate.
In your CV, is there anywhere you can point to us where you had specific training for wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites, where we can see that on your CV?
No, it doesn't say dog bite training specifically, no.
Do you have anything on your CV that specifically talks about wound pattern recognition for animals?
Those are usually classified within other pattern recognition.
Do you have anything specific that would alert us in your CV that you've had such specific training on wound pattern recognition for animals?
Other than I've passed my board exams and have practiced for 40 years.
Have you provided a list of cases where you have testified in court specifically about wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
I don't know if I have given a list. I don't keep those kinds of lists.
You mentioned one case about law enforcement dogs in federal court. When was that case?
Several years ago.
How long would you say, if you had to guess?
How long was it ago?
Yes, please.
A couple years, around COVID time.
Did you testify in that case about law enforcement police dogs?
I testified about an individual who had injuries, and there was a question as to whether Canine Caper, who was the dog's name, inflicted any injuries on this person.
This was in Boston federal court?
Canine Caper.
Springfield, yeah, Boston, right.
Is there a difference between law enforcement dog bites and domestic dog bites?
They have the same kind of dog jaw.
So you would say
they're taught differently, obviously.
Would the wound pattern recognition be the same or different if you were looking at it from a law enforcement dog perspective or a domestic dog perspective?
The dog would be the same.
Do you have any other cases that you've testified about wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I've testified in hundreds of cases. I can't say that I remember any particular ones.
Would you be able to identify any of those for us today?
No, too many.
I'll ask you about accident reconstruction experience. And I mean this respectfully, you don't have a biomechanical or a biomedical engineering type background, do you?
No, I'm not a mechanical engineer.
You're not certified by ACTAR or any of those type of organizations, are you, doctor?
No, I relate the injuries on the body to the motor vehicle.
Have you ever been to a car collision scene and investigated a car collision scene firsthand?
Yes.
And when you've done that, do you have a chance to look at all of the physical materials, the properties?
Well, when I go to a scene of a motor vehicle fatality, I look at the pieces that are scattered around, I look at the body, I look at blood stain patterns, I look at damage to the car, and then the body would go back for the examination at the medical examiner's office, and there would be further examination of the scene by accident reconstructionists and examination of the automobile by specialists who could figure out what motor vehicles do. So it's a part of correlating the injuries to the vehicle.
You've never written an accident reconstruction report
Brandon.
yourself, have you?
No, that's not what I do.
I understand. In this case, what materials did you look at? Because I don't think in your report mentions the materials that you studied. What materials did you study as the basis for any potential opinions regarding accident reconstruction?
Well, so you would like for me to tell you everything I studied in this case?
Yes.
I have my list here. Should I read
That's fine
from
by
that?
me.
Okay.
You should
I
ask
studied the
court.
autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology, and associated paperwork from the medical examiner's office. I studied 104 autopsy and neuropathology photographs, 70 additional autopsy photos taken by Trooper Watson. I studied Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS run sheet. I studied the Good Samaritan medical records that also included 35 photographs of the body. I looked at evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, blue jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt, boxers, and sneakers. I'm sorry. I looked at photographs that were taken at the crime lab of various pieces of plastic, black, red, and clear. I studied photographs of the outside of Ms. Reed's SUV as it was parked at the police garage. I studied the Canton Police incident report, about 100 photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside scene. So that gave me a very good idea of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Were you involved in a case, Commonwealth versus Daniel Tompkins?
Remind me about that. I've been involved in hundreds of cases.
Yes, you have. This case was in Franklin County Superior Court. It was a case where you had an opportunity to present testimony and regarding blood spatter, which you've been qualified expert for. I'm sorry.
Well, that doesn't quite say what I did, but I remember the case you're talking about.
Did you attempt, or was there an attempt to have you qualified to talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
No, I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
And do you remember whether or not there was an attempt that was denied to try to have you talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
I have no idea. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
Like she just said, you turd.
Do you have anything on your CV specifically that offers any background on accident reconstruction or accident reconstruction type classes or seminars?
I don't think so.
She never claimed to be an
Thank
accident
you, Dr.
reconstructionist.
Oh, you're welcome.
So can I just ask Dr.
Yes.
Laposada about, you said you've been involved in autopsies with dog bites.
Yes.
How many?
I've done thousands of cases, probably 50 or so. It's not always the cause of death. And then I've supervised maybe 75 more where that dog bites were involved in the case.
Eat that, Bevy.
When was the last one?
Let's see, probably 2 years ago.
Okay. Any questions based on my questions? All right, you are all set and actually step down, Dr. Laposada. We'll get to you sometime this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I do want to give everybody a break, including counsel. Can we do less than 5-minute arguments on this?
Yeah, she's much better at presenting the information than Dr. Russell was, in my personal opinion.
Lexi, I would recommend you go and watch at Time and a Half. You've missed a lot, and I don't want to mischaracterize it by doing my kind of Mo spiraling, weaving tale. So I would watch it. There was a motion to dismiss. Alessi was very good, and there have been a lot of things that happened. So I would watch.
It's been quite the eventful day.
Also,
Thank you,
justice
Legendary.
for Randy.
The last one I can recall is a dog named Chloe owned by Brian Albert. And I'm guessing this is about women working. Thank you. And Brandon. I think at this point I would like to go to Barclay Prime, grab a steak from Junior's, as well as go to John's. Seems fair to me. Is this in regards to, I mean, I'll just send you money. We don't have to go to dinner. It's weird.
I don't know. Is it an open bar?
Yeah.
Are you going to get really bougie food?
Yeah, I mean, like, you silly.
Good deal.
Oh, yeah, you better. Oh,
He misses all the good
will.
stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
Chloe
better.
was
I
not-
mischaracterized. Apologies.
Yeah. I was going to correct it, but then I got confused.
Your Honor, I'll make this very brief.
Okay.
Dr. Laposada is eminently qualified to speak to both the issue of wound pattern recognition as
should.
it relates to dog bites, specifically, as well as cause and manner of death as it relates to vehicle pedestrian incidents or impacts. The doctor has an incredibly impressive resume, just a touch of which we reviewed during the course of this voir dire for her qualifications. But with regard to the dog bite specifically, she talked about the differential diagnosis that she undertakes and undertook in this case. She talks about the inferential thinking that she undertook in this case. She talks about how that is the proper methodology in the scientific community and specific to the forensic pathology community in order to come to a determination about wounds and the source of wounds, i.e., was it a dog, was it another animal, was it another source, was it lacerations versus abrasions, things of that nature. She's obviously done, as she indicated, thousands, if not climbing real close to 10,000 autopsies that she's either supervised or that she's conducted herself. She actually has, notably, as per the court's last question, she's actually undertaken personally somewhere close to, I thought it was probably 5 autopsies herself dealing with dog bites. They're not always the cause of death, but sometimes it's attendant to the injuries that led to a different cause of death, but she's undertaken at least 50, or that's what she estimates, 50 of those autopsies herself.
She's seen dog bites, she's seen dog wounds, she engages in pattern recognition. She also teaches classes on pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites, and she's eminently qualified to speak to that in this particular case. She has been able to come to an opinion and conclusion as to whether or not the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are consistent or inconsistent with dog bites, and I expect that she would then give that opinion and conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. As it relates to her differential diagnosis and her ultimate conclusions concerning the automobile impact, obviously, many more autopsies dealing with that because it's more common. She also engaged in the exact same differential diagnosis. She has training. The subfield of, or the sub-issue of vehicle pedestrian impacts is included and subsumed within much of the medical literature that she's been taught on, going all the way back to the 1980s, dealing with her boards, and she's consistently passed her boards. She's consistently kept up with the literature. She's consistently engaged in autopsies herself, so she has firsthand training. She also trains other medical professionals, other doctors, other medical examiners, and she supervises other medical examiners. She's been the chief medical examiner for an entire state. I cannot imagine somebody more eminently qualified to talk about the two subjects that she's been called to talk, well, she's called to talk about several other subjects, but these two subjects that's before the bench right now than somebody with Dr. LaPosada's qualifications. I will submit on the voir dire that we just completed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Oh, well, the state of Rhode Island doesn't
I do
know
not
anything.
think that Dr. LaPosada has articulated the experience the way it's been summarized. She could not provide any specific training other than her boards and her references to literature. She could not articulate one single class or seminar that she took that pertained to differential diagnosis of dog bite injuries. She has no specific memory of having any type of experience in differential diagnosis as far as being in a training, seminar, or advanced education. She has the experience of a medical examiner who has seen what she believes to be dog bites in the past. She has no publications or references that she has studied the issue of differential diagnosis or pattern wound recognition relative to dog bites. If we look at the standard Dr. Russell employed, Dr. LaPosada does not have any of the merit to be an expert in dog bites. While she has taught, we did not hear about anything in particular that she has taught about specific pattern wound recognition analysis regarding dog bites. She is an experienced medical examiner, has a wealth of experience, past experience in autopsies, but she has no experience that is a basis for her as an expert in being a dog bite expert. Particularly, she mentions one case that she's testified in federal court that we've heard of today, and she has nothing whatsoever in her report or resume to establish that she has used, studied, and knows this methodology. In fact, her CV and her report don't have any basis for one to look at and see that she has any specific experience in dog bites. And so Dr. LaPosada, from the Commonwealth perspective, should not be able to give an opinion regarding or about whether or not the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe were caused by a dog.
It would be like me adding knows the alphabet to my LinkedIn.
And education and methodology to make her a so-called dog bite expert. Regarding accident reconstruction, she said it best. She is not an accident reconstructionist. She saw some of the materials in this case, but it is a fraction of the materials in this case. She is not in a position to give an opinion whether or not the wounds are consistent with broken taillight. There is nothing we see on her CV. There's nothing we see in her report. There's nothing we heard on direct examination that she has any experience in breaking glass, breaking plastics, and the causation of wounds. It also overlooks the fact that the opinion that would be offered would extend beyond just the wounds on the arm. It would extend to a general opinion that he was not involved in a collision, and that's improper. There's no predicate or basis for it. And so based on her testimony and absence of being able to provide any education or experience, she should not be able to testify about either of these two matters.
Okay, thank you.
This woman was the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. And you're trying to claim that she doesn't have the...
Look, it's Rhode Island. Is it really even a state?
If Massachusetts is, it is.
Fair point.
Exactly.
I say we get rid of one or the other.
Suggests that she's only been qualified in one court, federal court. The federal government, the federal judge that was handling that case, qualified her as a dog bite expert in that case. That is not a small thing. That, as a matter of fact, it's a very big thing for Dr. LaPosada and her credentials. In addition, she indicated, contrary to what Mr. Brennan just suggested, she indicated that she has been training on wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites for her entire career, not just when she was studying for her boards, since she's been studying for her boards. And it's been constant and consistent throughout her entire career. She's made these differential diagnoses. She's seen the autopsies. She's seen the wounds during autopsies firsthand, probably 50 or more. She's supervised another 75 or more autopsies dealing with known dog bite wounds. She has the credentials. The court will recall that, for instance, Dr. Isaac Wolf was called to testify by the Commonwealth. He had absolutely nothing, no credentials whatsoever to talk about wound pattern recognitions. He was a neurosurgeon, and yet he was allowed, over Mr. Alessi's objection, to talk about and to discuss his opinions and conclusions as to the wound pattern on the back of John O'Keefe's head. Certainly, Dr. La Posada brings much more to the table than Dr. Isaac Wolf. I'm not comparing them. They're apples and oranges. Dr. La Posada she doesn't have to be a sole dog bite expert to be expert in dog bites. She doesn't have to be Dr. Russell. She just has to have that level of knowledge, that level of skill, that level of expertise that's beyond that of the average layperson in order to opine as an expert on a particular issue. She certainly brings that to the table as it pertains to dog bites, and I think her skill and her education, training, and background certainly speaks to the fact that she has that in spades with regard to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'll get to ruling as soon as I can. So we're going to start back up at 20 past 2, and I expect to go straight through the rest of the afternoon.
All right, for the court, please.
Alrighty. And as soon as I get off of here, I will set up the Rumble on my channel.
Awesome.
For this afternoon.
Good deal. What a day, y'all. What a Monday.
Yeah.
That was a roller coaster.
Sorry.
What are you doing over there?
I have music in my ear. Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't on stream.
No, thankfully. That was quite the day, though. We had a motion to dismiss. We had Hanky pulling Hanky shit.
Mm-hmm.
And now looks like we got a new dog bite expert getting in as well.
Yeah.
Plus, we got to get back to the private investigator with all the measurements from Canton, from Fairview.
Well, and I think that is completely legitimate to bring in. I know Brennan doesn't like it. I know he says, he doesn't think that there's any reason and there's no evidence that he went into home. But still, there are those 84 feet, that he did travel.
Right.
And if the state doesn't even know where he landed, generally, have we even through all of this case gotten a actual spot except for by the flyer pole where this man landed?
No, they don't have the exact location. They've got it on video and they've got a pretty good guess of where he was, but that's about it.
All right. Well, we'll be back here in about 30 minutes. Well, I will be.
Yep. I will be too.
And
I'm going to go
see you then.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
See you a little
All
bit.
right. Oh, God. You're killing me, Brandon. Marissa, be sure to point out to Baker this is his highest money revenue this month, and you were burning the boats and taking the ship over. I don't want the ship. I just want... I like hanging out with everybody in chat.
She just wants Baker back home.
I know. I need Baker back. All right, everybody.
Almost, y'all. You're doing a great job, Marissa. You're doing a great job.
I'm so close.
So
Baker
close.
will be back tomorrow, we hope.
That's the plan.
We'll see you in about
half hour,
30 minutes.
Give or take. Later, y'all.
Bye.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the girl, right?